native to Brazil, the northern part of Brazil, a part called Bahia.
And now we'd like to do it for them. Where's the maracas? They're back in the case. Would you like to go over and get them?
This recording is volume 3. This recording is volume 3.
What is this sound? Now listen carefully. Come on, you got 10 seconds, you got 10 seconds.
Hi. Hi. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all so much for joining once again for another broadcast of Fanshawe with this Esports Canada High School Rocket League tournament. We've done a couple of these, and once again, it's that time of the month to see who is one of the top high school Rocket League programs in all of Canada.
Yes.
Sorry about losing a little bit of focus there for a quick moment. My name is Graf. I'm joined here by Shadow. How are you doing this morning?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing good. I'm excited for some great Rocket League action. As again, both of these, a lot of these teams are looking to try and make their impact. We've seen some pretty great performances from a lot of them so far in previous events, and a lot of these teams are still trying to make a bit of a name for themselves. So it'll be interesting to see if we have any breakout successes for today, if it'll just be the same as we saw previously.
Yeah, we're taking a look at the lobby that we've got up right now, the Chevalier versus the DCI Lancers, and I'm seeing a lot of familiar names that stood out during the last tournament. So I'm excited to see if we're going to be looking at the same names again on the top of the leaderboard, or if we're going to see some new players start to shine.
Yeah, 100%. As again, a lot of these earlier matches, they're going to be interesting to see how teams are able to really feel out their opponents, as there is going to be a pretty big, different sort of, I want to say a lot of different playstyles from a lot of these teams. I think that High School Rocket League is still a little bit in its infancy, and it's really interesting to see how a lot of these teams are able to make those small advantages work.
Yeah, I mean, with players being so young, there's likely room for improvement for everybody in different areas, and I'm sure that there's silos where teams have really excelled. So seeing how these teams, how their silos compare against their pitfalls is going to be really interesting. It's probably for most of the teams going to be a game of being exploited on some mistake that the team makes consistently, and seeing which teams can pick up on the mistakes that they're making on the fly, and figure out how to cover those gaps while doing the same against their opponents. That's what most games are like, but I have a feeling that with these games we're going to see that a little bit more too.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting to do these sort of high school tournaments where this is going to be players that may see play on a lot of these higher tier collegiate rosters as well eventually in North America, and especially Canada. I think that this is sort of a little bit of a glimpse into the future for some of these teams and some of these players, as that's a little bit exciting to see when you get these sort of younger teams and these younger players. They really have a lot of room to grow even still, and it's interesting to sort of follow that a little further.
Yeah, I'm excited to see through the different leagues, maybe hopefully a Fanshawe, to see some of these players see their names around in NACE, NECC, all the different leagues that we play in as the Fanshawe team. I'm excited to see where these players end up and how they do.
Yeah, as it looks like we will very, very shortly be getting underway here with this first series between the Chevalier Les Seigneurs and DCI Lancers. But real quick before we get in there, Shadow, what's your prediction here for this game one?
Ooh, I gotta remember which team players are on. I have the team list in front of me, but I'm gonna try to not use it. Just for I remember Sharky. Remember saying Sharky's name a lot, and Yan Pawa. I remember that name a lot. So my early predictions is we're going to see the two of them doing some things. And I remember also saying best player, and I also remember thinking or saying that best player wasn't really holding up their best player title in the game, but then they proved me wrong at the end, and they ended up scoring a bunch of goals. So I'm excited to see if they can keep up the best player title.
Yeah, as it looks like, again, both of these teams just getting set, getting ready to go. And yeah, I mean, it's going to be pretty interesting to see. Well, real quick while we got a minute here, as we'll take a quick look at the schedule for some future stuff. Not too much going on, as a lot of our leagues are US based, and there's American Thanksgiving coming up, so we get this next week off for a lot of these, especially the ECAC division, and not a lot of games going on there. But this Monday we have our Fanshawe Fuel Academy versus Stockton League of Legends Blue, and then heading into Wednesday we have Call of Duty. Once again, 8:30 on broadcast. It's the Esports Canada bracket stage, I believe the start of that. And there will be a lot more Call of Duty with that Esports Canada if our teams are able to make it through. So be sure to keep checking that out, as there's going to be plenty of action there. And then heading into next week, we should resume as normal, but a lot of stuff not on the schedule. Playoff action underway in a lot of these divisions, so very, very exciting.
Yeah, I know. I can speak for the Rocket League team. We had our first, well, at least Fanshawe Academy Red had their first playoff game on Friday, and they killed it. That was a 3-0, a quick sweep for the first game of the playoffs, which is exciting. And I know that there's other Rocket League teams in the playoffs, so there'll be lots of that action going on too. Yeah,
and I think we're getting a couple of slight things getting sorted out with the lobby at the moment, as again, I think it's going to be interesting to see which of these teams really comes out swinging. I think that's going to be a really big advantage, getting these momentums going, as it is, I believe, a best of 3. So it's going to be a lot of who comes out of the gate strong in these sort of series.
And it looks like we got players on the field.
Yeah, as it looks like underway now with game number 1, the DCI Lancers and Chevalier going at it. Best of 3 Rocket League action, round 1 of this Esports Canada bracket, as we see some pretty aggressive play early on from DCI, trying to get those early advantages. As again, I mean, I think a lot of that early momentum is going to set the pace for this whole series.
Yeah, it's always interesting seeing the first like 30 seconds to a minute of a game as it starts to develop into, actual strategies and stuff. The first 30 seconds is always kind of just pure chaos while everyone kind of figures stuff out.
A little bit of an interesting one there in the mid zone. Maximilian able to get a nice pass, or apologies, Jan Paula able to find a nice pass to Maximilian there, and a little bit of a catching that Chevalier team out of rotation. They catch that little bit of a pocket of timing, and even a light shot as it was, Abe is able to find the back of that net as early on. DCI able to find that early advantage. Now fighting in the corner, Sharky trying to find a centering pass, just nearly can't in that vicinity. No, looking for more, but a good clear out of the zone from DCI, but a good play. Best player in that neutral zone. Once again, trying to maintain that control, Sharky. Gonna go up for a nice aerial touch, but towards that DCI player. May go up for it again, but does lack a little bit of that boost and will have it taken away, but a teammate ready. Best player with a pass. Won't quite connect, as I think a little bit of that communication is a little bit slow early on in the series, but I'm looking for that to develop as fast as possible. Maximilian now pushing forwards. Nice pass to the center, but a big save there. And still, both of these teams looking to try and fight for this first sort of advantage after that first goal.
Yeah, and so what I'm seeing so far is the I'm lost in the team names here, but blue team isn't really making the most of their ball possession right now. Every time they've gotten the ball here, they've kind of given it a quick tap, and it's been right back into Orange's possession, and they've turned that into goals twice on them already in only a minute and a half.
Yeah, it's been a really great set of counterattacks here from this DCI team, as Maximilian now going for a little bit of an aggressive touch. Will have it stolen away towards the side, but Jan Pawa in position to try and maintain this aggression here from DCI. Will set it forward a little bit too aggressively, and will be stolen away by KG Bellin. As once again, I mean, I think this aggressive sort of hyper offense almost from DCI, it's been well calculated, and they've had that player back, but it's been pretty difficult to break through here.
Yeah, so we have an example there too. Best player just kind of taking a shot when pretty much everybody on the Lancers team was in like a defensive position. What we really need to see out of the Chevalier team, if we want to see them start to succeed a little bit more here, is to maintain the ball possession more. And if you're making shots on like a defended net like that, where it's not an explicit pass, you got to get it somewhere that the Lancers can't reach. You got to try to just keep it under your team's control by any means necessary right now, because the Lancers are doing a very good job of keeping their possession when they have it.
Yeah, going for a big play there towards corner. Sharky off the backboard, finds the centering pass. Oh, just nearly off the crossbar. Gontral just almost able to tie or bring this within one for the side of Chevalier, but just nearly cannot now. Sharky in the defensive zone, going to give it away once more, as now Once again, that giveaway almost cost them a second or a third time there, but a good pass to the center. Jan Paula.
Maximilian found
Finishing
this perfect little like hole right here, that infield pass, got it right between all three players and set Jan Paula up perfectly in the center there. As soon as I saw that pass, I knew it was going in.
Yeah, as long as a pass like that connects, it's so difficult to try and challenge there. As early on, I mean, DCI Lancers with a 3-0 lead, only 2 minutes left in this game. It's still very possible for a comeback, but I think we may have to see that towards game 3. Never mind, Sharky going for a big play, looking for that double tap at Jan Paula in the vicinity once again on that defensive end, offense and defense. All alone goes for the flick. That was some style points right there. Just nearly not able to convert onto that one. Now Sharky in the neutral zone, gonna try and get something going for the Chevalier team, but they're just completely stopped at the outset. This DCI Lancers team has been so good in the neutral zone.
Yeah, what we saw there with that flick opportunity too is that the Chevalier team is just giving too much space. There was a second there where the Chevaliers had offense. They used their 2 players, and then their 3rd player was all the way back in their corner. That's an entire field of space for Jan Pawa to try to set up that flex play. Yeah,
again, it's seeming like Chevalier, they've had a couple of really nice opportunities, but they just nearly aren't able to convert on a couple of them. As Kelvin gonna get a nice little touch to his teammate there on that aerial play. A little bit of a double commit there on that ball in the corner. Will get it out of the zone momentarily, but immediately stuffed back into that corner. Gonta trying to get that clear. Gets a pass there to best player, as now Yampala in the corner. Has a lot of boost to work with, and we may see him try and get a good lick here. Will try and get that clear. Gets the block on the second touch, and that'll get him past a couple of defenders early on. Now maintaining control, trying to get that pass out towards the center. Will do so, but intercepted there by best player as Yampala able to get it back towards that corner once more. Gonna look to try and work it out to the center, but no boost left to work with. We'll try and grab 100, but will miss the timing on that one just nearly as Kelvin, with control, tries to find that centering pass, but just a little too hot to handle there for his teammate.
Yeah, and we can see just mechanically, Jan Pawa is shining quite a bit here. Just, I mean, even though that flex play didn't go in, that like musty flick attempt, like you could see nobody else in the game was trying to do anything like that all game. We didn't see any mechanics nearly that high until that moment. So I expect to see that as the series develops, they're gonna pull out some more of those stops.
Yeah, I think DCI, pretty dominant victory in game 1. I think Chevalier had a couple of pretty good opportunities, but I think especially that one off the crossbar, it could have been a good momentum changer, but I think they really needed to find themselves on the board a little quicker in that game.
Yeah, as soon as we were talking about it too, about not giving the ball back and taking empty shots, that's exactly what they did. Is they took a passing play off the backboard. They had somebody up ready to shoot it, and there was a pretty big spot on the net to hit too. So, everybody misses shots, but the important part is they made the right play and they had the opportunity there. So going forward, it's going to be okay. It's clear that you can score on them. They have holes in their defense, and you were able to set up a play that exploited it. Can you convert? Can you get those goals going? And if so, then this could be a series.
Yeah, and I think those passing plays are something that I think the Chevalier team was struggling with just a little bit. But I think, again, if they can get that going, I mean, they've shown the flashes of brilliance. They just need to put a couple of them together, get these plays going, and really start to try and take that advantage. Looks like we are underway now with game number 2 between Chevalier Le Singulier and, I really hope I'm saying that properly, and DCI Lancers. Both of these teams, again, pretty... Ooh, what a play that is! Cut my train of thought very quickly, as then once again Maximilian has had some killer passes today. That time Jan Paula able to take that one to the bank. Only 8 seconds in, and DCI, they're starting that momentum off early.
Yeah, and while that was a strong shot by Jan Pawa, that was really more of a defensive kind of mix up on the they need the names of the teams on the screen, so I don't have to keep... I know that blue is the Chevalier team, but every time I go to say it, I think I'm wrong, and then I have to check. But yeah, that was definitely just a defensive mix-up. Having somebody jump front post like that on the shots a little bit, it can be the right thing to do, but in that situation, it kind of bit them a little bit.
Yeah, and I mean, they're sort of stuck in their own end as well right now. They're getting ground down out of this boost, but Sharky able to make a little bit of an aggressive play. Will get it out of the zone. Picks up the 100 in the corner, but doesn't quite get the flip that he wanted to get that center off. Will still maintain a little bit of that control, but Jan Paulo eventually going to steal that away. The pass over to Maximilian, looking towards this net. Will try and grab a little bit of a jam play there on the near post. His best player with control. Almost able to find that flick over Jan Paulo, but just nearly able to get in front of that one. Could have been a really nice opportunity there for Chevalier to tie this game up, but now only a minute gone already. 1-0 for DCI. Looking to try and expand that lead, but best player looking for a ground pinch there. Can't quite get it, but it ends up being a center in the end as Kelvin pushing forwards will find that pass. Pass from Maximilian to Kelvin up front. Just nearly can't find the power or shot there that they were looking for. Maybe trying to find a little bit of that presence off the backboard.
And yeah, we've seen the Chevalier has been able to clean up the rotation a little bit. They had a couple opportunities there where they took the ball all the way across field with one person keeping possession the whole time. But if you remember back, as soon as they got into the corner, both their teammates were right behind them. There was really no option for passing. So the players that don't have the ball need to position themselves, a little bit more carefully in order to cover more space on the field to give that person who has possession a better chance to set them up.
Yeah, Gonta, big shot, will be turned away by Jan Paulo from an awkward I
don't know if he cut out for everyone or just for me, but there it is. Like Chevalier able to get a point on the board, able to get their positioning a little bit more under control.
Yeah, Gonta with a really, really nice shot, and the follow-up is just absolutely superb there for Chevalier. Looking to try and expand this opportunity that they've been given, but off the kickoff immediately, same as that first play, Jan Paulo off the backboard makes them pay the same way we saw for that first one.
Yeah, Maximilian, that's a beautiful pass off the backboard. He found the space on the field or in the in the Chevalier side that was uncontested, and it's above the net. It usually is above the net. That's a really hard spot for players to cover unless their teams have been practicing a lot together. So they've been taking advantage of it.
And a really, really awkward kickoff. Just being absolutely frozen, and a little bit of overzealousness or maybe a little bit of miscommunication for Chevalier will give up another one there. This time Maximilian taking it himself. He's been dishing some killer passes, but this time no help for his teammates necessary. He'll do it all himself as a big aerial touch there. Will maintain a little bit of that early control, but best player stealing it away so quickly. Gonta now in the corner. They're going to try and work it out front, but immediately the response from DCI has been absolutely momentous, as it looks like the communication is starting to degrade a little bit here for Chevalier. Trying to force it out front. Jan Paulo almost able to find the back of the net on that one. Best player, a little bit of a whiff there, and Jan Paulo going to try and force it out towards his teammates once more, but no one there to maintain that control. His best player is able to get it out of the zone, looking for more. Looking to mount a little bit of an offensive here for the Chevalier, but once again, they fumble it in the mid zone, give away that possession, and now looking for a play. Jan Paulo off the backboard, out of the corner, comes the pass. Maximilian almost able to slam that one home, but a good save there from a Chevalier defender, as now Jan Paulo trying to maintain that control, but doesn't have the finesse. Not quite the boost to do it, as Gonta with a steal will find Chevalier within one.
Oh, and Jan Paulo actually, they're trying to do a delayed musty flick on defense, so maybe time to calm down a little bit. You only have a 1-point lead now. Maybe stick to some of the basics until you got a little bit more of a lead to kind of show off.
Yeah, as I think neither of these teams want to be eliminated at this stage. They want to try and make that deep run. I mean, DCI in a position to do so at the moment, but Chevalier, they're not looking to go down without a fight. They still want to try and fight through, take those advantages that they've found themselves in. They don't want to let it end here, as now once again in this defensive end, they need to get it out. A little bit of an interesting touch off the backboard there to maintain the control away from Maximilian, but in the end it goes to Jan Paulo once again. Kelvin in the center, looking to try and work it out front once more for a centering pass, but misses on the wall. We'll give that control over to best player, but once again, Maximilian rotating forwards, able to maintain that aggression for DCI, but best player with a little bit of a demo will alleviate some of that early aggressive pressure. But in the end, able to maintain control. Jan Paulo going to whiff on that one a little bit as Kelvin rotating through will find the clear.
So it looks like the Chevalier have been able to, one of their biggest weaknesses so far, especially in this game, has been their backboard. And with the last 3 backboard plays that we saw get set up, I don't think the Lancers put a lot of like thought and effort into where they were putting the ball. It looks like they just kind of said like, okay, bang it backboard and let's try to get a goal off that. But the Chevalier have been the team's been there the last couple times they've tried that. So this is what we were talking about earlier of identifying your weaknesses mid game and trying to compensate for them.
Yeah, a couple of awkward challenges now as 20 seconds remain. Chevalier, they need to get on the board. Maximilian, though, with a great touch to get that aggression stifled for the moment is now Carbon in the corner, wants to try and burn as much of the clock as possible. We'll get a little bit of a pinch there off that opposing player. Is now off the backboard. Jan Pawa tries to get that pass to Maximilian, but with only 5 seconds remaining, Chevalier, they'll have one more opportunity. A 0-second goal would have to do it here. But Jan Pawa, a little bit of a whiff on the corner, but no one is able to get to that ball. DCI Lancers will take the series in a 2-0 sweep over Chevalier de Saint-Guillet. And, I mean, again, I think you said it best where these teams, they're here to improve, and they did so in that series. We could see the adaptations coming through. Chevalier, they realized that their backboard was their weak point, and they were able to sort of stifle that near the end of the game. Unfortunately, they can't tie it up. But again, I think that second one, great game to start us off for the day.
Yeah, the Chevalier, definitely a huge improvement from game one. Game one, I don't think they got any goals, so that that's already like empirically a big improvement. But just seeing that their gameplay, adapting to that weakness. If you're the Chevalier team right now and you're either watching live or you're watching the VOD and you are thinking, what are some of the things from that game we should work on? And rotation is definitely one of them. We saw some players who were, in front of the ball, on the offense play, coming back and still getting touches on the ball. Your team's trying to push the ball forward, and you can't really do that if you got somebody like actively pushing it against you. And the other one is the spacing. We saw a lot of times where either they had the entire field to themselves. The Lancers had the entire entire field. But we also saw the opposite, where there was 3 players clustered in a group, and the Lancers just had to get one quick pop over to have the entire field, left and have the Chevaliers like racing back. So 2 things to look out for if you're watching this as for improvement, which all the teams should be.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very, very quick match, but one I think that these teams can learn a lot from. Even if you're DCI in that position, I think it's definitely a pretty learnable match. I think they could have had a little bit more of a aggressive victory over Chevalier there if they didn't get a little bit too, I think, complacent, especially in that second game when they were up by 2. They did sort of allow a little bit of that. I don't want to call it a freebie. It was a good play from Chevalier, but they did sort of have the ability to really try and close the door on that game, and they sort of let them back in a little bit.
Yeah, we saw a lot coming out of the Lancers mechanically. There's one player on the team that we didn't get to see too much. That was where is his name?
What's wrong?
Where are the teams? I got all the teams open.
Haven't we? Is it as
Saw their name in game. Oh, I can find every school but theirs. But I'm trying to read through this. Lancers, there they are. KG Bellin. We don't really get to talk about them too much, but with a lot of teams, that's kind of how it ends up being. You've got 2 players that are kind of taking a lot of the spotlight. They're the ones with possession upfield. They're the ones setting up the passing plays, and then you've got a third player who's being their rock. But as you start playing against more like tougher and tougher teams, that rock player has to do a lot more work. They got to start making the plays. They got to start making shots and all that. So I'm excited to see in the next series that we see them in. If we get to see a little bit more of them.
And I think having a rock like that is nice to have a solid defensive player, but at the same time, it can sort of stifle those rotations if you want to keep that one player in the defending area, especially on those third man in on offense. You sometimes want that sort of commit if you have the opportunity to try and push forwards. It's a bit risky, but if you have that open space to try and claim and you have your teammates rotating back, sometimes if you have a dedicated defensive player, they can feel a little bit sort of uncomfortable trying to push forwards like that. And I think that's one of the things that we've seen a lot of these teams migrate away from, which is really nice to see.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, everybody should be everything, but there's always going to be people that are much better at certain things. So while it's good to have everybody do everything, and that's the ideal case. Everybody does. I had a point that I was working towards. I'm trying to. I lost it. Give me one sec. You talk for a minute.
Yeah, I guess we can talk about this upcoming next sort of match here. We have Kelvin and Bay Ridge. Both of these teams qualified in the 4th round with a 3-1 record on the day and on the event, sort of. As both of them, again, really, really strong teams. None of them are exactly the favorites to win this whole thing. But again, I think they're both in pretty great positions at the moment. They just have to make it past each other, and they will, have a pretty good deep run into this tournament, I feel.
I remember what I was going to say. It was that, when you get higher up in the ranks, your third man does become like a very important part of the offense. And the reason for that is because you can't have one person pass, one person shoot, one person wait back on defense. That's not how pressure is made. If you want to create and maintain pressure, your third man has to be close enough to let everyone reset and then cycle and then have, them take over, them create that pressure. The new third man stay close enough to, you keep it in a loop, you deprive the other team a boost. Eventually, they're going to slip up and let you pop one in.
Yeah, and again, I think that's something that we saw a little bit from that DCI team is grinding it down that Chevalier. But as I say that, already underway here with this second series. A little bit quicker than anticipated, and I'm glad to see that there's not as much downtime. But Kelvin and Bay Ridge now ready in game 1. A little bit of an early opportunity there, but just nearly not able to find that as Wonderized going for a little bit of an aerial play. Looking to take it all by himself. Just nearly denied by no defenders, but the crossbar itself is now Trippy in the mid zone. Gonna look to try and find the collateral. Will find that turnaround counter-attack goal. As I think a little bit of an overcommitment from the rest of the team after that big aerial try, it will cost them.
That was so interesting because we saw right away Wonder Eyes making such a huge offensive play with so much control, followed by, what I think that they did wrong in that defense there is that they just swung too wide towards their boost. They needed to keep a tighter line towards the ball to make sure that their challenge went into the corner.
And off the kickoff, I think we see that exactly once again, as a little bit of an awkward touch will leave it up for grabs. But again, they went wide for that boost, and a little bit of a whiffed defense will cost them early on here in game 1, down 2-0 with only 30 seconds off the clock.
I mean, what we're really showcasing here is, that siloing. You can't, to be a really great team, you can't have, you can't only be good at one thing. You got to be like well-rounded across the board. And this is a good example of, a player that's got huge offense and, the team's a little bit lacking in the defense. But as we say that,
yeah, I mean, a nice one to bring the Kelvin Clippers within one, as Wonderized able to find another one of those plays. I think Wonderized, I mean, so far from what I've seen, mechanics are very, very strong, and is looking to sort of be that offensive push that his team sort of needs. But now aggressively into the corner, Cloth able to try and find that control, but off the backboard. A little bit of an awkward angle out of the corner as Yoda now with full control. A big challenge and a double challenge at that. They may leave a little bit small on the defensive end. Is a big flick there from Wonderized. Tries to get it past that first defender. Forced his Pronged to make that save. But with no follow-up, they aren't able to maintain that control after all 3 defenders are out of the way. As now Sloth, once again, aggressive challenge coming through Pronged. Finding the hole. Almost finds a beautiful pass. Just nearly a little bit too far forwards is now Trippy the Sloth. Trying to maintain that control, but now in the hands of Wonderized, a big challenge there from Swaney will maintain that control, but a little bit of an awkward touch to follow it up will almost give them an opportunity.
Yeah, and Wonderized there, we've seen them go for a couple flicks back to back, so I have a feeling that they're going to pull out a pretty big one sooner or later, because the really big flicks are the ones that if you do them wrong, they're huge duds instead. So I'm excited to see if we get to see something like thrown across the field by them.
Trippy able to find a little bit of a soft shot there. Wonderized able to turn that one away relatively easily, but this aggression in the offensive zone, a little bit miscalculated from Bay Ridge at the start, but they're starting to settle in, maintain a lot of that early control as Yoda trying to maintain a little bit of that counterattack here, where we saw them have so much success earlier on as Pronged. Now with full control, we'll try and find that opportunity and a little bit of a float shot, finding a bit of a steal. And I think once again, the Kelvin team is caught completely out of rotation.
So the assist on the wall there, maybe it was the shooter there. That follow-up touch on the wall so far has shown some of the mechanics that they have. They haven't really done anything mechanically flashy. They're more just taking advantage of the space that they're being given. And that play alone, though, where we saw that the backboard, and here it is again. Just their control of the ball in general that each player seems to have is really what's making the difference for their team right now.
Yeah, Pronged. I mean, really nice play in the corner, able to get it past a couple of defenders, but I think a bit of a commitment, as no one is also back post there, which would have been a lot easier of a time trying to defend. They all go forwards and try and early contest the pass, and I think that's what sort of allowed such an easy opportunity for Bayridge there. Ooh, what a shot from Slipstream. Finds a little bit of a pinch and almost finds the back of the net, just nearly off the crossbar as Pronged. And the neutral zone has a lot of boost to work with, but a lot of defenders in front of him might be able to flick it over one and challenge the second as it rolls past the net. Look at how bunched up Kelvin is in that situation. They all sort of want to try and make that play. But what a tip that is from Swaney.
Yeah, the Bayridge Blazers are definitely taking more advantage of the space that they're being given. It looks like, the Clippers kind of, when they have an offense, it's kind of like a 1-2 and the offense is done. Now there's a big space, and right here, it's the same thing. They lost control of their offense and immediately got scored on because their third man or whoever should be on defense there is pushed up too far.
Yeah, and again, I think that's what you were saying in the previous game, where being ahead of that attacker is a little bit risky and a little bit too aggressive for a lot of these teams, and we see it again there, and it cost them in a huge way. As now down 5-1, it's turning into a little bit of a playground here for Bayridge to try and find these advantages once again.
And yeah, well, we were talking about how, we haven't really seen the Bayridge team. Is it Bayridge? Oh no, I have all the names. Yeah, it's Bayridge. We haven't seen the Bayridge team do anything, that crazy mechanically. They're just playing as a really solid team and taking advantage of these holes. But now that there's this big gap, are we going to start to see them, try to show off a little bit, show some of the mechanics that we know that they must have if they're playing this well as a team?
Yeah, we see a little bit of an overcommitment there on the offense, but Swaney able to rotate back, stop that one from trickling through. Now in the mid zone, able to find a little bit of a nice clear there as Wonderized. A little bit of an awkward touch. Will leave it for Trippy the Sloth. Now looking for this aggression, but Yoda with a nice save there. Will maintain it in a little bit of an awkward angle. Slipstream, though. Nice save onto that play. Just nearly able to turn that one through. But now, with only 40 seconds to go, I think a lot of the rest of this game is setting up for the momentum of Game 2. No, trying to set up that momentum is such a big factor in these games. Trippy now in the neutral zone will have it stolen away by Yoda. Now looking to try and convert that into some aggression. Find a good touch, but again, Swaney able to find a nice aerial touch and get some power onto that one as well. Pronged able to get a nice save there on the easy shot from Slipstream. Just Pronged tries to find a little bit of a force there off the backboard towards the net. Trippy with a little bit of a touch will maintain that control as Swaney trying to fight it out of the corner with only 5 seconds remaining. A little bit of a miscommunication there from this Kelvin side will not amount to much as Bayridge with a pretty decisive Game 1 victory.
Yeah, and something that we can take a look there and we can watch for our next game too is all the players on the Bayridge team. They're very good at keeping control of their own ball. I think we saw Pronged at least a few times that game. One of the first goals was a touch up against the wall. And for a lot of players, that's it. The ball's going into the wall. It's going to bounce out mid, and hopefully someone on your team's there to pick it up. But Pronged is actually hitting that ball. It's bouncing off. They're getting the next touch on it, and it's going against the where'd the name go? The Blazers' back wall. And now you have players that were all looking at the sidewall thinking, okay, well, where's this player going to come from? They're going to come from up here, defend here. Suddenly they've got the ball behind them. And they all have to scramble back for that defense, and I think he was even able to, score his own pass on that play. So something to watch out for with the Blazers is every time they touch the ball, they're trying to keep it for themselves. They're trying to get one more touch for each player. Whereas it seems like with the Clippers, other than when you have direct possession, like those air dribbles, it's a lot of hit the ball once and kind of hope that your teammates end up being where you think they are for that next shot.
Yeah, and again, Bayridge maintaining that control. It looked like the Kelvin Clippers were sort of, again, a little uncoordinated, a little bit unable to really make the most of the space. They were pretty bunched up in a lot of those situations. And I think it's just, I don't even think it's a gap in skill. I think it's just that communication that needs a little bit of an improvement here.
Ooh.
Ooh, okay. Speaking of skill, that was a very nice play from Wonderized, able to find that centering pass, and Yoda in a good position to capitalize, gets a sharp angle shot, and that's a nice way to start off game number 2.
Yeah, that's a great cut to make. So when we talk about rotation and stuff, one of the things that you got to keep in mind when you're doing your rotations is when to cut smartly, and that's the exact time you want to do it. If you see an opportunity in front of you handed like that, you got to take it. Immediately after we see a kickoff goal, Pronged is right there, ready for that kickoff off the ceiling. Just quick reaction time.
Yeah, and a really awkward kickoff as well. Just going straight up is not the most normal for a kickoff, but again, one that it seemed like Bay Ridge was pretty prepared for. And they make the most. Oh, I thought that was a really nice solo play there for Wonderized. Just nearly hits the post. Now Yoda trying to fight it out front in the corner, trying to maintain that control as Tyler the Sloth will make it past Wonderized, looking to try and expand this lead. Trippy with a nice centering pass, but a good save there from Wonderized once again. Looking Swaney off the backboard. No backboard defense there, but 3 once again, all bunched up for Kelvin. It will work out for them this time as they're able to find that clear and transition into some nice aggression. Wonderized. A little bit of a shot there. We'll follow it up from Yoda. Trippy, though, with a nice save. Will maintain that control, but a big challenge once again. Will find them that aggression. There's a little bit of a awkward touch out front. Will sort of hand over that momentum for the moment.
Clippers this game clearly doing a much better job at their spacing. Before they were a little bit bunched up. Whoever was their second man was a little bit too close, actually a lot too close, which makes it hard to do follow-up plays if you don't get a perfect touch. But if by spacing out a little bit more, they're giving themselves more room to adapt to whatever ends up happening. So if it's, if you get the world's most perfect pass, you might not be as fast to get there, but most of the time you're not getting that perfect pass, and you want to be able to adapt to whatever you do receive. And they're like, look at this offense right now. The Clippers have been on offense for the last 15 or 20 seconds right now consistently. Oh, that pass back was perfect for maintaining possession. So definitely, I don't know what we were seeing last game, but this is a much different team.
Yeah, I think they really got into the groove, especially, again, it's kind of hard to adapt in these best of threes. You need to do it so quickly, but it looks like Kelvin has done a really great job at getting that adaptation through, and they start to adapt to their teammates as well to a certain extent, where they're not as bunched up. They don't feel like they need to make that individual play, and they are playing much more like a unit as well in this game.
Yeah, I mean, that offensive pressure is one of the hardest things in this game to develop as a team, because in order to keep offensive pressure, there's pretty much everyone on your team has to constantly be doing the right thing. The perfect spacing, watching the opponents, seeing what ball is coming, how to position yourself as third man to make sure that you don't let that pressure up, but also don't accidentally let up a goal.
Oh, now with a bit of a steal out front, Yoda able to get Kelvin their first lead of this series, if I'm not mistaken. As again, a really nice steal and a little bit of a miscommunication there from Bay Ridge, leaving that one player to try and challenge. And it leaves Kelvin in a little bit of a gift-wrapped goal.
And this is a really big comeback from a team that just lost the game 5-1, and in the championships, that's a pretty devastating loss. It could be easy to count yourselves out, but this is a huge turnaround.
Yeah, Pronged able to find a nice one to tie us back up at 2. Trippy the Sloth, really great pass, and a little bit once again of over-aggression and a little bit of a maybe miscommunication there from Kelvin, only having that one back, and it challenges aggressively, and it'll get punished in the end with an easy shot there to tie us up at 2. But after this series concludes, we will up next have the losers bracket match between the Rocket Royals and the Chevaliers. So we're going to get to see if that Chevaliers team has sort of learned from a little bit of their mistakes, as now heading back to this current match, Trippy the Sloth able to maintain a lot of that control, comes out really aggressively out of the corner. Swaney almost able to pick that top corner, just nearly not able to find the shot, is now up front. Slipstream with full control, but Pronged so far back on the defensive end, but he's looking to try and go for a play. Almost finds that nice aerial dribble. Swaney, a little bit more on the challenge.
Great spacing there, because it was just far enough away that he could have been challenging the ball at any moment, but it was far enough away that they could get that big that clear with that follow-up touch, which was blocked, but the first touch was there.
Oh, Swaney, once again. Clippers, I mean, we saw a previous goal like that scored on them, but this time they have that extra player back. They closed the door on that opportunity. They maintain this 2-2 play here as Wonderized pushing forwards. They want to try and not send this to OT. They want to end it right here, right now, but Pronged now in the neutral zone. Going to try and transition into offense once more. But Wonderized in the corner has a lot of boost, and we know he's going for this big play. Wants to try and force past a couple of defenders, but stopped early on. Now off the backboard it comes, trying to maintain this aggression, trying to find his teammates forwards with Slipstream. Forced on the defensive. Wonderized comes out of absolutely nowhere to save that one through. And once again, 2-2 lies the score.
So I'm trying to figure out, what is so different about this game for the Bay Ridge team, because it's not just the offense coming out of the Clippers that's making this. Like the defense must have some kind of hole in it as well. And from what I'm seeing, the Bay Ridge team is on their defense right now. Last game, they were able to just hit a ball clear because, the Clippers would be so overcommitted that you get one touch and that ball is gone. But since they're doing such a better job of maintaining pressure this game and having somebody a little bit further back, they can't just clear the ball anymore. They have to be a little bit more careful about how they clear. Do I take possession? Do I try to bang? Do I try to pinch? All these things. And they're scrambling a little bit on defense this game because of that.
We're going to see a little bit of a float shot there from Prolonged. Forcing the response from Yoda with a little bit of a pass to Wonderized in the process. Good positioning there from him. Now trying to force it down in the corner. 1-on-3. Trying to still find this pass out to his teammate. Will do so successfully. The shot comes through. And what a beautiful setup that is from Wonderized.
We get to see our first series of the tournament so far. So we've gotten to see, a team improve twice now. In the first series, we got to see the Chevaliers improve, but not enough to take the game to the next, to game 3. But now we get to see the dominating team have to improve in order to keep themselves in this series.
Yeah, and I'm just going to be singing the praise of Wonderized until the cows come home. His mechanics have been so on point this series, but Yoda able to pick up a hat trick there in that game. All 3 of his team's goals. And that is exactly what you want to see from a player like him. Wonderized able to set up so nicely, but being able to put a finishing touches on an opportunity like that is so nice.
Yeah, and I think what we saw a little bit differently out of Wonderized this game is last game that they were trying to get all the goals, or at least it looked like it from what we could see. It looked like they were really trying to be, the offensive player. And this game they switched it up a little bit. They're playing a little bit more conservatively, and they're just trying to be in the right spot on the field. Last game we saw them cutting position a lot, and oftentimes it wasn't for the best for the team. Now they're cutting position to keep the ball in their possession, but not necessarily to keep the ball in their own possession, Wonderized's possession. He's trying to just make sure that the team overall can maintain that offense, and I think that's that was the huge difference in that game there.
Yeah, and now, I think that both of these teams have made their early adaptations, but I think it's down to Bay Ridge now. They seem to be not the weaker team, but in a little bit of a disadvantageous position as we head into game 3. This Kelvin squad has been able to shore up so many of its weaknesses. And now, again, they're just looking to put the finishing touches on this series.
The thing for me is watching it at how they handle their defense here. Because like we said, game 1, they just slam a ball as hard as they can. That ball is clear. They're transitioning into offense. But you're seeing that the Clippers aren't letting that happen anymore. They have to be a lot more careful about how they clear. They got to keep possession a little bit tighter as they, try to get out of their defensive side.
Now we will see Pronged once again. They're struggling transitioning to that offense, but they will do so successfully for now. A little bit of a float shot will find Yoda in its way. Is a little bit of a nice centering pass there from Yoda, but Swaney in position to try and make a play off of it. Won't quite find the shot. As a wall shot there from Prolonged, almost able to find the back of the net of Slipstream with a big desperation save. Wonder now trying to find this ball out of the zone once again, but Swaney able to maintain that control. Yoda with a save. It's just absolute chaos here in the defensive end, but Kelvin, they're doing a really good job of not allowing too many opportunities. As I say that, a big one there for Swaney. But Bayridge is just grinding them down, running them out of boost ever so slowly. But Brongd a little bit, I want to say too far back, not able to challenge that as aggressively as I would have liked. But Trippy, full control, now trying to maintain it as a whiff on the save is exactly what Bayridge needed.
Yeah, and something that we saw there is that they actually had that offensive like attack again there, because Slipstream there on the transition into offense hit the ball too hard and wasn't able to keep possession of it. So it's so important to not just give away possession.
Yeah, Yoda now in the neutral zone, gives it away just a little bit, but the shot will end up going wide. Now Wonderized off the wall, gets a big touch, but again, not able to maintain that control. No boost to follow up that play as now Prolonged off the sideboards, looking for an aerial touch, but Yoda meets him there and finds a great challenge, forces it towards that corner as Swaney tries to go up for that challenge, but once again, a little bit too overzealous, it felt like. Now off the backboard, Wonderized with full control, a little bit of a double commit there, and they'll lose a little bit of tempo off of it, but a big shot out of the zone. The tip from Wonderized almost finds home, but off the backboard. Beautiful. Yoda will find the goal.
Yoda up to Wonderized, and this is what we were talking about. That's a really hard shot to make, so don't I actually don't think we were talking about this, but if you have a hard shot to make like that, fake the shot. So that's what he did there. The defender has to assume that that ball might be going in, so he faked that shot off the backboard, which actually puts it back out front in the middle and gives Yoda so much space to make a shot. And those are some of the deadliest plays that you can make.
Yeah, I mean, again, both of these teams tied up at 1. They will still have the losers bracket. Ooh, what a play there from Pronged. A little bit of that defensive player rotating forwards. I feel like Pronged has just been that defensive end for Bayridge, but again, what we were sort of alluding to in the break is there is no such thing as position. I mean, there's positioning, but there's no positions. There is no dedicated defense, and we're going to see that there with Pronged rotating forwards aggressively and able to find that nice play out of the corner.
Yeah, and what we saw there too was another case of the defensive clear wasn't quite good enough to keep possession for your team, and the offense was able to just say, "Oh, thank you for the ball again. I will try to pass it to my teammate." So every touch is so crucial, but when you have an opportunity to get the ball out of your end, the way that you facilitate that is so important.
Ooh. Pronged almost able to slam that one through, and again, I think that's a little bit of exactly what you were just talking about. Slipstream takes a big touch on it, but isn't able to maintain that control. Wonderized going for a little bit of a solo opportunity there. Will try and force it off the backboard, get a pass to his teammate, but a little bit of an overcommit will leave them all scrambling back for the defensive zone. Able to regather a little bit of boost, but now Trippy the Sloth trying to force it through the front, but a double demo onto a couple of players there. We'll leave it as 2-on-2 for the moment as Prolonged now maintaining that control. Finds a nice little pinch towards the center, but no teammates there to try and maintain that aggression. But a little bit of a whiff on the clear will give Swaney an opportunity to send it back once more to force this Kelvin side onto the defense once more as across it comes. Just trying to burn them out of that boost, but Yoda able to grab that 100. Will try to make that play. But they're being held in their own end. Oh, a whiff on the shot though.
Right there.
From the Trippy. That's so unfortunate.
The rest of the game, they're thinking, "Oh, please don't let them score. If they get a goal back, but this is all my fault." But Rocket League's hard. It happens to everyone.
Wonderized off the
beautiful.
backboard. Finds the play. This time, instead of setting up his teammates, alertly realizes there's no one there to help him. He'll set up himself. What a nice tap that is off the backboard.
When it comes to those shots, the first touch there is so crucial. You could get in order for you to follow up your own play like that, you have to have the perfect pass. And when the pass is to yourself, there's a pretty small window that you can follow up on that next touch. So definitely much harder than it looks.
And we're gonna see that slight whiff come to the ultimate downside as they're able to tie up this game at 2. And I mean, again, we could see OT here again to decide which of these teams heads down to the losers bracket.
And both teams, this is the most even match I think we've seen of any of these tournaments, of the ones that we've watched back in May and earlier this month.
Once again, Wonderized, who finds a little bit of a challenge, could try for this last second play, but as time winds down, not likely to be any big opportunities, as we will have overtime here in this game number 3. Barrage and Calvin are going neck and neck in this series as Yoda finds a big punch clear, but again, he just tries to bang it through. They will be able to maintain the control off of it, but now Yoda in the aggressive zone. This is exactly where he likes to be. Gets bumped into the ball. It's a little bit of an over-rotation.
A lot of responsibility right here.
We'll send it through. Trippy. Nice pass forwards, but a triple commit on the defense. Will find the save, but another save prolonged. Will find the shot, and Bay Ridge. It was so close all the way through. Prolonged with a beautiful shot. Hard angle. Will find the top shelf.
Yeah, I think the big difference in that series between the two teams was consistency. I think we saw that Bay something Bay Ridge. Thank you. The Blazers were just much more consistent overall. How every player took possession of the ball, how each player tried to set up a pass, how each player did everything was more consistent. Whereas when we saw on the Clippers side, the first game that they were really struggling on their offense, which was making a huge gap in their defense. And once they fixed that, they didn't have to be on defense so much. But once they were pushed back onto defense there in that last game, their consistency started to fall through. Their clears weren't quite as good. They couldn't keep possession as long, and Bay Ridge was able to just kind of push through like a game of tug of war.
Yeah, and with that being said, I mean, a really great series. Bay Ridge will advance. Kelvin going to be sent towards that losers bracket. And again, next series upcoming, I believe, will it be Kelvin versus ODSS. So we're going to take, I believe, a little... Oh, apologies. Our next series will be the Rocket Royals versus the Chevaliers in the losers bracket. It looks like we're a little bit late to that one starting, but we will still be able to find that one very, very shortly here. So hopefully we won't have to go to a break. But I'm not exactly sure how long we'll need for that one. But yeah, again, another great series where we saw those adaptations, the counter adaptations, and in the end, Bay Ridge just nearly able to stay on top.
Yeah, and it's really exciting to see this happen in real time. As we sit here, we talk about, this is what this team is doing wrong. Can they figure it out? Can they realize how they're doing it wrong, and can they adapt and fix it? And watching them actively do that in game is really interesting. And that series in particular, we got to watch it happen, back and forth a few times. And it ultimately came down to 1 point. Now that both teams have learned from their mistakes, this is the point. Go prove yourself on this one exact, minute of OT. So it's just really exciting to see how those play out.
Yeah, as it looks like we are getting set to go with this upcoming match between Rocket Royals and the Chevalier team that we saw previously. It'll be interesting to see if they've learned a little bit more in their other matches that we haven't gotten to see. And see if they've sort of shored up a couple more of those, light weaknesses that we saw.
Yeah, we've seen the Rocket Royals before, so I'm trying to remember which players are on the team. Let me try to look it up here real quick. Rocket Royals. We got Yonner, Green, Apex, and ADS Void. So if I'm not mistaken, this was the team that won last year? Was that the Rocket Royals?
Oh, I believe so, yeah. They are the defending champions. So, again, a lot to prove in this series, but forced into the losers bracket pretty early on is something they're going to have to try and fight back from.
And actually being in the losers bracket early on can be a good thing for your team. If your team has a lot to work on in a tournament, being in the losers bracket early and getting to fight through, if the tournament is seeded well, you kind of like slowly climb your way back up. By the time you get back to the top, you've got all this upwards momentum to take on the team that's in the lead. And that can be really exciting too. You also get to play more games, and that's fun too.
Yeah, and I think that can give more time for that sort of adaptation, for that, getting warmed up as well. I mean, these are pretty short series. It's a little bit of short burst of Rocket League, and then you have a little bit of a break. Short bursts all the way through until the finals, where I believe it'll be a best of 5. But yeah, I mean, a lot of these teams are going to have to deal with, how to stay warm, how to maintain that, momentum that they had in those previous series and really look to convert that through.
Yeah, with the Chevalier team, I believe what we saw last time was their rotation needed work and their spacing needed work. So if they're going to be going up against the defending champions, this is going to be this sounds like it should be a tough matchup for them in that position. But we saw them last series. We saw them. They made strides to fix it. They ended up scoring goals in a previously unscoring series. So let's see if they're able to continue that trend, and start to take their rotation that looks kind of like this, and then make it kind of look like more like this circle that we're looking for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and again, there is a little small delay with us getting into this next game between the Bears and the... Ooh, apologies. But yeah, spacing out on the second team name there. That's my bad. But yeah, again, the Rocket Royals are going to be up against a team that we've already seen today. But again, defending champions, we know that they are a strong roster. They're just going to look to try and convert on their skill. But again, I believe they were... I'm going to have to try and check who they were knocked down here by. But a lot of very, very strong teams in the bracket this time. So not a huge surprise to see these teams, already a little bit on the back end.
So in this next matchup, just to go through the rosters, we have Rocket Royals, have Yawner, Green Apex, and ADS Void. Where'd they go? Where's their name? Oh, they're the first one on my list, of course. I'm looking all over at the end of the list. We've got Sharky, Grondin, and Ganta RL. So just from my own memory from both teams, I think from the Chevalier, we're going to be looking at Sharky making a lot of the big plays, or at least, kind of driving the team forward, making a lot of those important plays. And on the Royal side, Yawner, I believe, is returning from last year too, and I remember being impressed by them last year. So I think those are the two players that we're going to be watching out for each team.
Yeah, and to note, the Rocket Royals knocked down here by the BMX Bikey Boys, one of the, I would like to say, fan favorite teams after last tournament where they had such a dominant performance. That team is, I want to say, the new favorites to win this all. They are such a strong roster, and they really love to flex their muscle. So, again, a team that is going to be, I think, the team to beat for this tournament.
Yeah, and what we saw with them in the last tournament, too, is just how much fun they seemed like they were having. And, that fun really converts into team chemistry. And that's really, really important with Rocket League, because you have to have really good chemistry to trust your team to do things that are, kind of scary looking. Like if your team, you have one teammate that's last man back, and you have an opportunity to push forward to maybe receive a pass that you see a line for, you got to really trust that they're not going to blow that save, right? And a team with great chemistry isn't worried about that. The team with great chemistry is looking at that play being like, we can make a clip right here. And they're not, panicking and trying to cover each other on defense a little bit too heavily. So definitely excited to see what we see there.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that trust is something that we see these teams sort of slowly develop over the course of these tournaments, as I don't think a lot of these teams play together, all the time, but again, they're still trying to get used to each other, they're still trying to build that chemistry. As in these first couple series, we have seen a couple of those situations where I think a little bit of a lack of trust on those double commits, even a couple of triple commits, has costed them in the end, and it cost them that positioning and a little bit of that ball control. And I think that good teams will really heavily capitalize on things like that.
Yeah, and that's what we saw with the Chevalier's last matchup that we saw them is there was a little bit of that missing. So some of it is trust, some of it is just game sense and awareness. So either way, having the good chemistry. The other really big thing that good chemistry allows for is for people to talk about mistakes in a way that's constructive. I played in a tournament with my friends once, and we weren't doing well at all. We were getting crushed in the last finals that we were in, and we had good chemistry. We really liked each other, and we just started calling it like, this is what we're doing wrong. You need to do this. You need to do this. I'm gonna start doing this. Like, we would just tell each other what we were doing wrong, and then we cleaned it up. And if you have good chemistry, you can get away with that. If you have bad chemistry, then somebody tells you, hey, you're making this mistake, you take it personally. So good chemistry is probably one of the most important parts of this.
Yeah, as it looks like now, after a little bit more of a delay than we were hoping for, underway with this next series between the Rocket Royals and the Chevalier. La singulière. As now, again, I'm more looking towards the Chevalier for this match, as they were the team that we have sort of been following a little bit throughout this event. A little bit of an aggressive shot, just nearly off the post there from best player. There's a little bit of that mix-up in the neutral zone. We saw that a lot in the previous series, and again, it's still early on in this game, so I don't want to say anything concretely, but a little bit of that miscommunication can go a long way towards the Rocket Royals being able to maintain a lot of that control.
Yanar just throwing the ball across the entire field, saying, hey, let's all reset on your side. Oh, looking for those aggressive bumps as well.
Yeah, looking for another one there. Not quite able to find it as best player. Will dodge that one through Gonta in front. A little bit of a weak touch. Will find it over to best player and find that clear off of it. A Sharky with control out of the corner. He comes. Gonta won't quite find the challenge, but he does find the demo in the process. That'll stifle a little bit of this offensive transition, but best player, a little bit of a whiff there on that aerial try. Sharky will have to make a little bit of that desperation save, as now Void with control, trying to send it out front for Apex. Just nearly can't find that sharp cut on that shot, as Yanar in the corner tries to set it up towards the center, but off the crossbar it goes. Apex rotating forwards, can't quite find the shot in time, as now towards the aggressive zone. Sharky with all the room in the world, but it's stolen away by best player, as Chevaliers are able to find that first goal.
Yeah, there's some of the trust we were talking about there. Sharky is coming in. Sharky has the opportunity to take that ball. And I don't know about the stream, but that's the POV I was seeing, is Sharky going full tilt, and off screen, best player comes in and takes the goal. So having the trust to let your teammate take a shot that you know you can also score is also really important. So you don't collide, and then nobody scores.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that has been getting comfortable with each other on the day even. As comfortable as you are with your teammates, you know, performances change day by day. You have to sort of realize who's going to go for what. What a shot. Combo shot there from Yanar. Almost able to find it through, but a couple of really nice saves there from Chevalier will leave this Rocket Royals team scrambling back for the defensive, as Yanar with control, able to get it past Sharky, the best player, able to receive that one, but stolen immediately by Apex. Will force Gontra to make a little bit of that aggressive save, as now ADS Void will try and maintain that control, but a little bit of a just clear attempt that really didn't have any thought behind it. Will give it straight back over to Chevalier.
Reset here opportunity for Sharky. That's pulled two people out of defense there. And there's actually one of those moments we were just talking about where Sharky's probably not the best person to take that ball. They're better off resetting themselves for whatever, I believe it was Ganta had the shot opportunity there. They're better off positioning themselves for what happens if Ganta doesn't get this in. Maybe I can get it in after.
Yeah, now once again, I mean, only 2 minutes to go. It feels like this game has been going for no time at all, but both of these teams still in position to try and make the best of the rest of the time they're allotted. Apex with a nice pass. And once again, a double commit on the defensive side here for this Chevaliers team, which again, isn't been a little bit of a death note so far, but eventually, after those adaptations come through, could start to be an issue.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of opportunities out of both sides too. So while we've only seen the one goal so far, I do expect that we're going to see something coming out of Rocket Royals at some point in the series.
Yeah, best player. Once again, I mean, trying to maintain that control. Yanar on the boards, doing a really good job of beating that first defender, looking to try and get it past a second. Has a teammate to help him. Pops it up high in the corner off an awkward angle, as Apex gonna lose that first challenge, and that'll reset a little bit, but Yanar with good control. Just great save though on the back end, a little bit of a desperation one as Yanar rotates back. Apex trying to take that aggressive play. They need to get themselves on the board early here. They do not want to let this go towards those dying seconds. They want to use all of their allotted time. Trying to maintain this
control. We saw there too out of Ganta. Like, it looks like it's a desperation save, but really what it's speaking to is how well they space themselves. Because if you're spacing yourself well, you should be able to cover a wider area. And being able to just barely make it back in time for that save means that they're covering as much forward as they can without letting their net open.
Oh, Yamo Yawner, apologies, off that little bit of a whiff. A couple shots go wide, but off the crossbar. Apex, the third man forwards. They force through at the best time, and they tie us up at 1.
It looks like there was like a lunch line or something at the front post for Chevalier there. We saw all 3 players kind of drove up there and kind of stopped and waited to see, where's the shot coming? One of us should probably do something about that.
And now, dying seconds of game 1. Rocket Royals do not want to let this go towards OT. Yawner with control, but it will be grounded. OT already here in this first game. And I think this OT is more important than really most others we've seen today. Losers bracket, the loser of this will be eliminated. And I think it's also going to set a huge amount of momentum for the rest of the series.
Save into the corner.
And Gonta, again, trying to maintain a lot of that control. Yawner with a nice challenge, but Sharky in position to get that nice possession, but hits it a little bit too hard, gives back that control, and it looks like they're playing a little bit of volleyball at the moment. Now, finally, best player tries to make an aggressive push, but will once again give away that control. Gonta off the backboard, tries to find the double tap, and does. What a play there from Gonta.
Yeah, even the Rocket Royals can't deny that that was a beautiful shot. And this is what we were talking about earlier, where, you know, we have names that we're watching. In that game, we're watching Sharky quite often. But Ganta says, you know what, look at me too. I'm here too.
Yeah, I mean, Gonta gives his team that early lead, and especially in OT. I'm going to be interested to see how the Rocket Royals mental is after that one, if they're a little frustrated, a little bit, you know, worried that this may be the end of their tournament after this next game. As Chevaliers, they're riding that high. They're looking to try and close it out right here, right now.
Yeah, I think what we saw out of the Rocket Royals there, at least what I was able to pick up that needs to be improved, is that they don't quite seem to know when each player is done with the ball. There's a lot of times that they double commit, but not just on like a free ball or something like that. It's one player has possession, they still have possession, but they're doing something that looks, you know, a little bit mechanical, and their teammate thinks, oh, they're done with it, this is my turn to take it. But what they should really be doing is spacing it a little bit further and only taking balls from each other when it's being challenged by the other team. This is something that we talk about all the time in our college games. And yeah, if your teammate has possession and they can keep going with the ball, let them do as much work as they can on the field, because while they're doing work, you're covering other space. If you can cover a big area, you know, it's really hard for the other team to do anything about the offense that you're putting on them.
Yeah, as it looks like both of these teams are more or less set and ready to go here for this game number 2. Chevalier coming out of the gate strong, looking to try and polish this one off, continue forwards in this losers bracket, as the Rocket Royals fighting for their chance to stay alive as game 2 now underway.
Sharky now up into the wall, trying to get probably a pass out to mid from there. Best player off the backboard. That's actually something that we were talking about earlier that they should be doing more, is using the backboard, and almost turned into a goal off of that. Ganta with that chance there. So maybe they're listening to us a little bit here. Sharky, this is a tough spot to be in with no boost there.
Yeah, now again, a lot of that early aggression is exactly what they need. Ganta almost able to force that one through. A little bit of a whiff in front, but best player, once again, the third man comes through in a big way for the Chevalier side, and they find a huge shot to put them ahead early.
And this is definitely the position you want to be in. You know, now you're defending. This is your series to lose. So that's a big amount of pressure for the Rocket Royals to have to deal with now. And that's a much better position if you're the Chevalier for your team to be in. You know, this is our game to lose. We don't have to score any goals. Just, you know, keep up our offense. Make sure we space out our offense so we don't double commit, and make sure our defense is rock solid.
Ooh, a little bit of a whiff on that aggressive touch there. Will leave the ball up for grabs, thankfully. No Chevalier player in position to take a shot off of that one. Awkwardly off the backboard it comes, as Apex not quite able to stuff that one home, as pretty great offensive opportunities from both sides here.
Ooh.
Sharky.
We'll give that ball for grabs, and a cross-map shot will find the back of the net.
Yeah, and do we see a pinch here? Yeah, it looks like it was. Just straight down the field, ADS caught off guard and unable to make that shadow save. And those shadow defense saves are so crucial as you climb the ranks, because that's what you have to do constantly if you want to keep offensive pressure. So definitely something to work on there. You can't let those go.
Yeah, now once again, Chevalier, big lead in this game. They're looking to put this one to bed as quickly as it started. Sharky getting past a couple of defenders, and that'll force a response.
Ooh.
Best player with a nice wall shot.
Yeah,
What
that
a
was
play.
huge sneak. Yeah, these are really tough to make. When you're coming off the wall like this, there's so many variables into your momentum that you have to play into. That really comes down to practice, wall practice, and doing training packs there. Those shots are so hard to make, and being able to snipe one in the corner like that is pretty difficult. And now Chevalier with 3-point lead. It's going to take a lot of work for the Royals to bring this one back, and the Chevalier team now under a lot of relief. It's losing a 3-0 game. It happens, but it doesn't happen often. So they can kind of relax a little bit and just say, okay, make sure that we don't overcommit anything. Make sure that we don't get scored on, and everything is fine. We continue, and that's probably what their focus is right now.
Yeah, again, shoring up those defenses. We've seen a couple of overcommitments on that defensive end. None of them have been too heavily punished by the Rocket Royals, and I think that is one they're going to need to try and look towards to try and find an aggression in this series. But again, a fumble on the back end, a little bit of a miscommunication on who has that ball, leaves Sharky, the benefactor, as a big play to keep Chevalier's buffer growing ever larger.
Yeah, this is a real rough spot for the Royals been in, but 4-0 comebacks have happened in Rocket League. And those are always the most exciting games too. So I do hope we get to see it. I'm pretty impartial to which team wins, but I really do like to see comeback stories, or at least I like to see the longest series as possible for each matchup. So let's see if they can kind of clean up what they're doing wrong here. Because if you're gonna lose a game by 4-0 at this point, there's more than one thing. So it's pretty tough to try to figure out all the different things that need to be worked on and turn them all around.
Yeah, again, it's hard to say any one thing wrong, but I think a lot of the things is they're not taking opportunities that they have been sort of gifted. A couple of these commitments on the defensive end from the Chevalier have been again really great far zone shots, and look at the commitment on this ball. There's just two of them just sort of sitting underneath it, waiting for it to come to them, and they get in each other's way a little bit, and they just leave best player with a golden opportunity.
Yeah, and that's always rough for these high-scoring games too. Is it's not necessarily that you're doing, the other team is so good that they got 5 goals or 6 or 7 goals on you. A lot of times, what it is, hey, we're not doing something right. Let's try something different. And if that doesn't work, you get scored on, and then you say, okay, let's try another different thing, and then you get scored on if that's wrong. So sometimes it's not just that another team is crushing you. It's that you're trying to adapt, and you got to respect the attempt to adapt like that. Oh, best player.
Oh, that's
Get with the steal.
Ganta steals it right at the last second. But wow, best player, what a play that is.
Just teeing it up.
Yeah, I think they're probably joking around a little bit right now with how could you steal that? It was so beautiful. But yeah, I mean, again,
you always have to secure. No exceptions.
Yeah, again, this Chevalier team, with only a minute remaining, it would take an absolute miracle for this Rocket Royals team to make it back into this series. And I think, again, the adaptation just did not come through in the way that I think it needed to. And I think Chevalier, even though they're ahead, they continued to adapt, they continued to expand their lead. They didn't get complacent, as we saw a couple of other, opportunities come forwards, and they take full advantage.
Yeah, and that's really what you have to do is if you have the opportunity to grow your lead, for example, right there, you definitely want to take it. You want to make sure that the rest of the series is as easy as possible for you. Oh my God, what a pass! That is so perfect of a pass. Just that subtle touch to drop it down. But yeah, going back to what we were saying, you want to grow your lead, sure, but you also want to not overcommit. And as the other team starts trying different things to try to, hey, let's change it up a little bit, they'll, if it doesn't work out, they'll probably leave a lot of space. It's kind of like pulling your goalie in hockey, right? You're taking a risk, and if the risk doesn't pay off, then the other team gets kind of some free space to work with. So, big props for trying.
Yeah, as it looks like it will be a little bit of a shutout here in this game number 2. The first one was so much more, I want to say, winnable for this Rocket Royals team, but it just got away from them a little early on in that game too. And Chevalier, to their credit, take full control and to continue on in this losers bracket.
Yeah, and for what I saw with the Chevalier that game, is it didn't seem like the Rocket Royals really did much wrong compared to the first game. It seems like the Chevalier team, especially from the first series, started doing a lot more things right. We saw best player was able to contribute to a lot of those points. The last series, they were kind of giving some of the balls away, kind of contributing a little bit to the reasons the other team had possession, but they weren't doing that this game. And then we got to see Ganta, I believe was the name. They were crushing it that game. They were leaving each other space to go for plays. Overall, in general, their rotation was much more strong. And when you're playing against a team that's making those little rotation mistakes, you can see how devastating that can be.
Yeah, and I think heading into this next series, I think it's going to be a lot of those same principles coming to the forefront as we have our upcoming next series between the Kelvin Clippers and the ODSS Bears in this losers bracket. Again, both of these teams have had some good days so far, but ODSS losing 2-0 to that Jags team, and Kelvin Clippers losing to Bay Ridge. And again, both of them still looking to maintain this sort of aggression and advantage that we've seen them have in their games. I think that Kelvin series was such a close one, and it'll be interesting to see if their mental is still in sorts after a loss like that.
Yeah, and we saw them make huge improvements just in the first 3 games that they played, but we haven't gotten to see how the Bears have played this year. I don't believe any of the players on the current Bear roster were there last year. Correct me if I'm wrong, somebody in chat maybe. So for us at least, this is a brand new matchup.
Yeah, and I think both of these teams are looking to show what they're capable of. Kelvin has already done that to a certain extent earlier in this tournament, taking a very close loss to that Bay Ridge team. Ooh, right off the kickoff, though. Wonder Eyes showing up.
I don't think either of us are surprised to see this early. Wonder Eyes last series, too, right out of the gate was going hard, and we see that right away here, too.
Yeah, I mean, Wonder Eyes is, so powerful of a player to try and keep under wraps for this ODSU, or apologies, not ODSU, ODSS roster. It's very difficult to try and maintain these advantages when you have a player like Wonder Eyes just absolutely taking an inch of space all the way to a goal.
Yeah, and the teamwork in general was very strong in the last 2 games that we saw them in last time too, where Wonder Eyes, they may have been mechanically kind of showing up, but they were showing up at more of a supportive role, and sometimes that's what you need that mechanical player to do.
Ooh. CRS able to find a nice little pocket of space there. A little bit of an overcommitment on the back end will cost them in a big way. Was able to find just a nice little light shot. The early challenge, a little bit risky, but in the end did not quite find what they were looking for, as we're all tied up at 1. Drized off the kickoff, looking to try and make something happen. Slipstream in that neutral zone will give up that control momentarily. Going for a little bit of a play. Wow.
So I have a feeling that Wonder Eyes was trying to hit backboard there, because backboard, if you saw where Werewolf was on that play, they were low on the ground, and hitting backboard would have made it almost impossible for them to try to read how to save that ball, especially if they have another teammate coming in to try to score that. So I expect that we'll see the same play come up later in the series, but they're going to be hitting backboard on those passes.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of these opportunities have been so strong early on in this game.
Good pass. The thing that we want to look for on those passes off the corner, the strong ones don't roll in front of the net. The strong ones come out and back to middle, because the middle of your zone is the hardest part to defend in the air. Flying pig, though, out of nowhere.
Yeah, able to find a really beautiful touch, double tap. And that is a really nice way to get some momentum under your belt. Real quick, just while we have a small gap, updating everyone on a couple of other match scores. ODSS did lose to the Jaguars and Kelvin to Bay Ridge. But yeah, again, both of these teams, that's how they ended up here. But both of these teams are really fighting for it.
Yeah, and I gotta wonder with Rusty that last point. Was that on purpose? Was it the send it off the backboard back into yourself on purpose, or was that just kind of like a happy little accident? I mean, either way, I'm sure they're stoked. But are we gonna see them pulling off that play more in this series?
I hope so, because that was a very beautiful play. And off of that play as well, we're gonna see this Kelvin side tie it up once again. After a couple of unanswered. Wonder Eyes, though, looking for the big play once again. He loves those big, long aerial tries, and he sets it up on the goal line, just nearly not able to find the back of the net, as once more Yoda, the third person forwards. ODSS so panicked on that defensive end after it rolls across. They're all at a boost, and Yoda, what a nice play that is. Finds a nice angle on that one and finds once again the back of the net for this Kelvin side.
That's an excellent example of third man positioning done right. So your third man is so close that if they're given an opportunity, they can take advantage of it immediately. And we saw there Yoda had no hesitation in coming in there and just putting that goal in. Where if you're playing your third man more defensively, you get your first and your second go, and then there's nobody else left to shoot. And that's something that we talked about with their first series. Something that they definitely improved on is having their third man stay close, but not overcommit, making sure that they have their pressure maintained.
Yeah, Wonder Eyes able to get some nice backward control. That's something we saw Kelvin struggling with, but they've shored out. Ooh, what a steal from CRS. Comes out of absolutely nowhere.
Oh, the
sets it up for himself.
Yeah, reading those corners is pretty difficult. As we can see, several players on the Clippers weren't able to follow that ball, but setting it up for yourself off the corner sometimes, you get to see the straight on angle. You can start to position yourself early.
And trying to read those corners from the side can be such a difficult thing to do as CRS. He's looking for more in that corner, a little bit of a whiff, gave him a little bit of room to work with, but not able to capitalize off of it as Wonder Eyes. A little bit of an aggressive shot will force that defense. But Yoda in the corner steals it off one defender.
My.
What a play from Yoda.
This is definitely probably the risky play to make here. Fake shadow into the corner and then get possession and solo play it over the defense. That's awesome.
It is the greedy play and a little bit of technically the wrong one, but my, is it style points. And man, that'll get your team pumped in a series like this. Breaking that tie, looking for more Yoda out front. Wonder Eyes was trying to play off the defender's touch there, I think, but just nearly doesn't find the back of the net once again as the defender playing off of, I think they were both playing off each other's attempts there, and neither of them ended up taking it.
It's tricky. Yep, happens all the time. You think they're gonna hit it, so you position for their shot. They think you're gonna block them, so they position for your block, and then nobody hits the ball. It's just one of the many things that make this Rocket League.
Yeah, now Wonder Eyes out front. That was Slipstream, apologies, out front. Getting a nice try for that pass out in the center. And I think this Kelvin team has been really on fire recently in this game one. They've shown so much dominance in the past minute or so of play. And they're looking to expand on it once again. They're not looking to let their foot off the gas. And Slipstream able to keep it deep once more. Wonder Eyes.
Oh, interesting.
keeps it towards the corner, tries to pass it out front, but no player there at the moment. They're just looking to try and run out the rest of this clock, but they find that aggression once more. Double tap will just barely go wide, but it may be enough time burned already. It would have to be a 0-second goal as 3 seconds left on the clock. Slipstream goes forwards, just nearly. Won't find the goal, but Kelvin, even if it's not on the scoreboard, they know that one was destined for the back of the net.
That's a 5-3 right there. I mean, the Bears, we didn't get to see much of the Bears last series at all yet, not just last series. So this is our first impression of them. We're going in with a little bit of knowledge on the Clippers, so you know, it's always interesting to watch those games and see who stands up or stands out. But we saw that backboard touch. If that's something that they can pull off consistently, we could see, a game 3 here. We could see them setting up some shots that the Clippers are doing pretty well defensively. But those more difficult shots to make, we just got to see it there in the background of the replay on our screen there. Yeah, the double tap off the backboard. If we start to see the Bears trying to pull off some more of those plays like that, then I think we'll see a game 3. Both teams very strong.
Yeah, I think they're both in a position where, again, they have really nothing to lose per se. They're both not, favorites or anything along those lines, but they want to try and make their mark in this tournament. I think especially both of these teams doing a really good job at that game 1. But Kelvin, I mean, some beautiful plays from all around, especially Yoda on a couple of those was just absolutely flawless.
Yeah, we've seen Wonder Eyes do a lot of really big plays, but I don't think we've seen them do anything really big themselves that went in. So if, I would like to see that, especially if this could be their last series in the tournament. Obviously they hope it's not, but if this is their last game, I want to see, what they can do, because we know it's there. So I'm excited to see if they can pull something off. Maybe it'll be right here.
Wonder Eyes is looking for it.
Oh, there it is! We summoned it. He's got the stream open and he's like, oh, you want to see something big? Okay, I got you. Air roll through the whole thing, too. So clean. Wonder Eyes off the kickoff. Oh, we lost Graph for a bit, so I'll take over. Wonder Eyes into the ceiling. Pretty good spot to put the ball if you're trying to set up a play. Ceiling touches are hard to read, but Yoda kind of struggling a little bit here to keep possession of this ball. Wonder Eyes back towards Slipstream. Gonna take it. A little bit of a double. Oh, that could have been a huge pinch though. But up to Yoda. Yoda out front. Werewolf into the corner, but the Clippers keeping that pressure. Oh, and nobody hitting the ball there out of the Bears, leaving an open net, but Yoda not able to read that. Wonder Eyes up the wall. Werewolf, do we get to see the Bears transition into offense here? This game seems like it's mostly been the Clippers doing all the offensive work, so if we're starting to see the Bears take over on offense here, that can be interesting, because we haven't seen, at least this game yet, what kind of pressure that they can push. And we know that they're capable of shots.
Yeah, again, on the defensive end, a good transition. Flying Pig with a lot of that control, tries to bring it out front, but just nearly can't maintain that aggression. As Wonder Eyes now with control, but absolutely no boost to work off of. We'll try and force it through 1. But a good challenge there from Flying Pig, now trying to transition that once again. Goes for the big touch off the backboard, but 3 defenders for Kelvin is a little bit of an overcommitment, and they'll be punished for their transgression. CRS once again will come through and keep this ODSS team in this game.
Yeah, when you see a triple commit like that, and on the opposite team, your number one priority is get the ball in front of the net as fast as possible so that somebody on your team can score. Because you should be able to if you see a triple like that. Oh, that was a little bit of a scary defense touch there. Slowly rolling it out front.
Yeah, Yoda off the sideboards finds a little bit of an awkward angle. in the corner. Wonder Eyes, though, so aggressively waiting for that touch. He's going all the way forwards with this one. Off the backboard, sets it up for Yoda. A short shot, won't quite find exactly what they were looking for. A slipstream. Looks for the second one, but Werewolf, the good desperation save there. But now, ODSS completely out of boost, and Yoda rotating forwards, trying to find that centering pass once again. Through to Slipstream. Will be saved once again in the back end by CRS. Slipstream with a little bit of a bump play off the follow-up. A vague shot, top corner shot will be saved once again by CRS. And Slipstream will finally have to relinquish that control just a little bit. Yoda with a little bit of a flick towards Wonder Eyes, but this aggression from Flying Pig is what ODSS needs to try and find. They need to try and stifle this offense before it gets going, but Wonder Eyes carries it all the way through the air dribble. So hard to read, and in the end, Kelvin up by one once again.
Well, it looks like somebody on the Bears team actually backflipped there, which is rough. But Wonder Eye is doing an excellent job of controlling that ball, making the ball look like it's got a big old handle on it.
Yeah, no, I mean, Kelvin, they need to just try and hold on to this lead, burn out the rest of this clock, but they're not going to do it passively. They want to try and expand their lead. They want to be able to give themselves that buffer zone for a possible mistake that could happen. But now, I mean, ODSS, they are going to probably try and get a little bit more aggressive here. They need to try and transition more aggressively out of their own end to try and get these chances going. But with plays like this, now it's Yoda. A little bit of space to work with, but closed so quickly there by Flying Pig. Now trying to rotate into this aggressive side. Wonder Eyes will get a little bit of that back-end control, but no boost left to work with. Will get challenged and taken away by Flying Pig as the respawn comes through from the demo. It's Wonder Eyes with control, trying to force that through, but again, his teammates leaving him to do a lot of that work, burn a lot of that time as they stay a little bit more passive. As Slipstream rotating in for that shot, but immediately goes back. They do not want to give any over-aggression over to ODSS here.
Yeah, I think the big thing that we're seeing out of the Bears this game is that their defense is a little bit scattered. They're doubling or tripling often on their defense, which is giving the Clippers a lot of space to make attacks. And they're still being able to recover for the most part on these. But I think if we were to see the Clippers clean up their offense a little bit more, so far it's been kind of like 1, 2, 3, and then a lot of space before that next attack. If the Clippers can clean that up, they'll definitely be able to take advantage of that.
Yeah, and again, with only 20 seconds remaining, ODSS, they need to try and get this going now. Good clearing touch, but again, giving over that control will put it straight back towards their end, and Yoda burning out the rest of this clock. 10 seconds remaining, and Calvin, they just need to burn it down. And a bit of over-aggression here, but again, they're able to maintain that control, and as time winds down, ODSS will be eliminated. Calvin once again fight through in a big way. Wonder Eyes with an absolutely killer performance there in game 2.
Yeah, we got to see 2 air dribbles, so I think they were watching the stream and they said, oh, he wants to see something big, does he? And then pulled out 2 of those. So clean. That first one, like, basically summoned. We were literally talking about it like 3 seconds before they got possession of that ball, which is great to see. So I'm definitely not at all surprised that they stayed in this series or in this in the tournament right now in the losers bracket. And I think that they're definitely the team to watch out for as they go through the losers bracket. If you end up in the losers bracket, this is the team you don't want to go up against because they are on fire right now in that bracket.
Yeah, and the team to go up against them next, it'll be our next match of the day, is the DCI Lancers. The team we started our day off with have been knocked down here by the BMX Bikey Boys. And again, there is a lot of opportunities riding on this match. I think it's one of the last opportunities for a lot of these teams to try and make their way towards that finals.
Yeah, and with the BMX Bikey Boys winning, in the winners bracket, we keep hearing about them, but we haven't gotten to see them yet. So I think that's going to be something to anticipate for sure.
Yeah, I think they're a little bit of the final boss of this tournament. They have been breezing through 2-0ing every team they come across, and I think both of these, all these teams in the losers bracket that get knocked down here by them are out for blood. They want that revenge, and they want to try and find it once again onto the BMX Bikey Boys, as they're going to be the team to beat, like we said.
Yeah, and with the Clippers that last game too, we were talking about some of the things that they were doing right and some of the things that they were doing wrong, and I think the big thing that they were doing right is that their offense was spaced very well up until, and this is where they're doing wrong, their third man's attack, and that's where they had a big gap. So what they need to try to do is make sure that each time somebody attacks, there's somebody back for them next. So with first and second man, that's really easy. Second to third man, that's really easy. But third man back to first man, that's where the tricky part comes in. Is you have to try to make sure that all of your attacks leading up to that moment give your first man enough time to get back. If you can consistently do that, you can have relentless pressure. And we've seen them come pretty close to that. And with the last series, that's how they were able to crush one of the games that they did, is they just had so much pressure. They just were never not shooting, either shooting or passing a ball up front. So if they can clean that up a little bit, I definitely think we'll see them at the top of the losers bracket.
Yeah, and again, we will go to, I believe, a little bit of a quick break here in between this next game. It'll be at 1:40, as we'll take a quick look at the schedule for the rest of this week for more of these Fanshawe broadcasts. Monday night, we're going to have some League of Legends Fuel Academy action against Stockton Blue, ECAC. Last week of the regular season, as ECAC technically on a break on that week, but again, the reschedule comes through to give us some nice entertainment. And then Esports Canada Call of Duty action on that Wednesday. And that'll be all for that week, but again, upcoming on that next Monday. Still plenty more going on, so be sure to tune in for all that great stuff. As yeah, a lot of these great events coming through. Again, a lot to look forward to. This upcoming week is a little light because ECAC and American Thanksgiving is coming through, but yeah, plenty to look forward to for these broadcasts. As I think we're going to send it to a little bit of a quick break here before we get set and get ready to go for this upcoming match between the Lancers and this Kelvin team.
alone. So leave me alone.
And remember, under no circumstances, try to contact me. Understood? Yes, sir.
So leave me alone.
I love being alone. It's great.
So leave me
Best thing in the
alone.
world is to get away from other people. It's glorious.
So leave me alone.
There's no pain, no struggle. It's great. It's easy. It's beautiful.
It seemed like he did all his work ahead of time, finished his job, and then bounced. Like, all right, time for me to go. I'll catch y'all on the rebound. You know what I mean? God bless him. Ding! Sparkling jewels.
With my old friends, I see time to go. At least for a while, we were together. Memories of the youth will always stay in my mind, especially those times that brought me laughter. What a happy life God has given us. I'm not so tired anymore. When will we? If you go away, please come back someday, and we'll sing your song. There'll be no sorrow. What a happy life God has given us. I'm not so tired anymore. Memories of the youth will always stay in my mind, as deep in my heart cries out in amo. And if you go away, please come back someday, and we'll sing your song. There'll be no sorrow. What a happy life God has given us. I'm not so tired anymore. When will we? If you go away, please come back someday.
Like I mentioned, this year we're planning on really taking a lot of our research more public than we have in the past.
All right, let's let people know how to get. How do you get it? Oh, we've got a link up already.
Okay, great.
But how do you get the tape?
It's just been released. It's available for purchase through our website.
No kidding. If somebody has a computer out there, they can go to my website right now where we've got a link. Just jump right over and you can order it online. And if they order it, how soon are they going to get it?
Typically within 4 to 5 business days.
All right. Well, then you're going to get a lot of orders. I hope your website is sturdy.
Our website now gets on the order of several million hits a month. As a matter of fact, after your show last year, we were motivated to move to a high-volume server.
Yeah, we motivate a lot of people to do that, actually.
You know, we were quite impressed last year. Literally, seriously, we did. We moved to a high-volume server after your show last year because, unfortunately, we crashed once as a result of all the traffic you brought.
Well, this has been the Uncle Underground Show for another Sunday, kids.
I'll see you later. Another one on the goddamn way. I'm gonna jump on this plane. I'm about to show y'all some shit. Yeah, you know what's going down. Shh, boy. Don't play around. Don't get left behind, motherfuckers. Cause I'm out.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we're going to see the change that takes place south of the border when the sun goes down and the shadows fall. Your passport has been stamped as we sail across the 7 seas.
Brazil. By ear. 2.
Brazilian production. Brazil has more than 30,000 species of butterflies.
Chill. Hold that down, right? Yeah. What we're gonna do is like what?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for this next sort of series between DCI and the Kelvin Clippers. Both of these teams, we've seen them play earlier on in the day, and now they collide head-to-head in this losers bracket. Two teams that we've seen show such big flashes of brilliance, and they're looking to try and put those together to maintain their life in this tournament.
And last time we saw the Lancers play, we were looking out at Yan Pao was making a lot of the big plays, and Maximilian making a lot of the big passes for those big plays. So we're going to be watching out for that again, and also to see how KG Bellin can work themselves into some more of their offense, give themselves some more time on the screen.
Yeah, as now, once again, I mean, I think a lot of what these teams need to do is they need to maintain a lot of that aggression. And on that defensive end, I mean, they need to try and clear the zone in a way that maintains their own advantage. They can't just be punting it through like we've seen a couple of these teams today and give up a lot of that control as, again, they've had a lot of time to get nice and warmed up. They're both ready to go. These teams are both on a winning streak at the moment, and they're looking to try and maintain that sort of pressure that they've had all day long as Wonderized. With his little bit of a signature, trying to go for that air dribble once again.
Yeah, I don't think Yan Pao is going to let those fly in this game, so interesting to see how they adapt to a team that's got a little bit more mechanical prowess.
Yeah, again, I think this is something we alluded to in the previous match that we saw with this Kelvin side, but those triple commits on the defensive end have been their Achilles heel all day long, and finally DCI pot one off the back of that over aggression.
Oh, I wonder where he just went. Something funky going on. I think players just have to continue though. So it looks like we're gonna be. Oh, everyone's stopping out of respect, maybe. See what's what?
Yep. I mean, to his credit, nice challenge there from Yoda. I'm not 100% sure exactly what's gonna be the goings on, but it looks like we may have to play a little bit of 3v2 here for game number 1.
Oh, Wonder Eyes just rejoined the lobby, so maybe everything's fine, but definitely curious about that goal. It seemed like it seemed like the Lancers were kind of like, hey, let's hold on a second and see if this guy came back, and Yoda was like, nope. No, we will not. I will take this goal, please.
Yeah, again, and it's the thing that gets them back square even with this DCI team. And they're not going to ever look to let their foot off that pedal. They want to keep going, as we've seen them do all day long. As aggressively. I mean, these touches off the backboard have been a little bit of DCI's sort of Achilles heel. If it's the triple commits on that defense or even the double commits on the defense for Kelvin, this backboard has been a little bit of DCI's weakness from what I remember of these games, but Wonderized in a pile-up finds an opportunity for a mid-zone shot, and he will not miss from there off of a really, really aggressive steal.
Yeah, those ones always hurt as the person being pinched off of on your own team. But that's what you have to watch out for. You got to make sure that you're not giving those opportunities away. It's something that people should know that is possible. If you get challenged and you've got the ball on top of your car and you have this line, it can happen. So,
yeah, Wonderized once again. I mean, even if he's not finding these opportunities for himself, he's creating so much space as Slipstream rotating in as that third finds a really, really great opportunity. And alertly, Yoda rotating back a little bit faster than Wonderized did, and I would have liked to see Wonderized be that first one back as Kelvin, a huge shot, lying on the goal line as Slipstream able to clear it through. Such a close opportunity there for DCI, but they just nearly come up short.
Maximilian clearing this one away, and almost the follow-up touch. That's what we were talking about in their first series, is that they're good at following their own touches and maintaining their control. And we saw that there, although the Clippers doing a good job of being there when that happens to try to prevent them from keeping possession of it, which is what they do.
Yeah, and Yoda, I mean, a nice little bit of a lob shot here, gets a really nice angle on it, and I think Kelvin just misreads it at the outset, and it'll cost them. DCI going down 1-3 here early on in this series is not what you want to see. Ooh, Yoda once again tries to find that floating shot, but Kelvin in the vicinity will knock that one away. A little bit of get out of here from Wonderized, as again, I think we've seen that in each of the series that this Kelvin team has played in at least once, but again, it hasn't ended up costing them in a big way so far. So it's something that they have shored up as a bit of a potential. Their communication has gotten a lot better as the tournament progresses, and that's something you really love to see with these teams.
Yeah, I think we just got an unfortunate matchup on the first series for the Clippers, because they're showing themselves as very strong. Maybe using this losers bracket as an opportunity to kind of improve some of the things that they weren't quite doing so well. Oh, and there, KG Bellin, there we go. Now we're talking about him.
Yeah, KG Bellin with a nice steal. I mean, he saw the opportunity. He saw that there was a little bit of a gap, and he makes them pay. That third player a little bit too far forward, not fully respecting that potential. And, I mean, it gives DCI a little bit of an opportunity to get into this game. I mean, 8 seconds left is not a lot for a goal, especially with Yoda pushing it back so quickly. It would have to be 0 seconds at that, as Maximilian going to try and keep it airborne, but just nearly does not find that pinch as Kelvin find game one in, I'd like to say, pretty good fashion. They maintain a lot of those early advantages that they were able to find, and they take a game one victory.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised to see the Lancers turn this one around, at least to take it to game 3. We saw them in their first matchup, and they were very strong. I'm just curious to see what they do differently in this next game. Yan Pawa and Maximilian in the previous games were very good at making passing plays together. So are the Clippers stopping those plays from being made, or are they just not connecting like they were in the first series? So we'll see what they do differently.
Yeah, as it looks like both of these teams just taking a second to get their bearings about them, as, again, a lot of opportunities in that game for DCI. They exploited a couple of Kelvin's weaknesses, especially, again, those, I keep mentioning it, but those defensive double and triple ups are really costing them in a lot of those opportunities. And, again, we saw them capitalize on it for one of those goals. We saw them almost capitalize on it for one of those plays that just nearly couldn't get across that goal line. And again, it's a team that, like you said, I think they'll be able to force a game 3 here. But again, Kelvin have been really good at adapting all day long.
Yeah, it's definitely going to take a little bit of work here to adapt. I think if they can get themselves a little bit stronger on their offense, I think the Clippers, that's their weak point, is they don't have the greatest defense. Well, there, there it is right away. Not, and I think that they're compensating it for most of these series by just having a pretty strong offense. You don't need to save the ball if it's not in your half.
Yeah, I mean, KG Bellin going pretty aggressively there. Will find that first one on the board for DCI. And that's going to be a pretty big key to success, is now you force Kelvin into a little bit of an interesting position where they have to play that offense a little bit more aggressively. Like, they need one on the board at this juncture to try and fight back, as they still have a lot of time to do so. And as I say that, Wonderized.
Just keeping on that pressure. That's probably a better ball to leave for Maximilian there. Really, you want to, get your touch, and then if you know you have a teammate behind you who can take it into the corner, take it up the wall, just leave it for them. And that's exactly why you want to do that.
Yeah, the double commit towards the corner really ends up costing them as another pretty interesting play off the kickoff. These kickoffs today, I feel, have been very, very interesting all around. Nice shot, nice pass there off the backboard. Won't quite come to fruition as Yoda gonna have to rotate back for a little bit of boost, but now gonna go up for this try. But a good play from Maximilian. What was that? Gets it past everyone, and the overcommit on the offense from Kelvin cost them.
Yeah, I couldn't even see in there where the third player for the Clippers ended up. But it seemed like whoever was last man back there needed to shadow defend there. That's pretty much the staple of your offense is if you have nobody behind you, fake challenge always. If you got someone behind you, just plow through, and it looks like they tried to plow through when they should have been fake challenging.
Yeah, Maximilian once again taking that aggressive control of the ball. Able to punch it through, maintain that control towards the corner, force the response. Look at all of these rotations coming through. A little bit too loose for that Kelvin side, but they still maintain that control. A little bit of a double commit towards the corner will relieve a little bit of that pressure for Kelvin, but still, they fight forwards. Yoda able to maintain that challenge in the corner, get it through, and now towards the DCI zone, but Maximilian with a play. Looking to try and go all the way with it, but a good challenge and a good save there from Slipstream will keep this game within one, as Wonderized will be bumped away by his teammate, but still able to find that save clear opportunity, as Yoda will finally punch it through. They'll give it the control, but they will finally relieve their pressure, get themselves some boost, and look to try and transition to the offense. Wonderized able to find a really aggressive demo there, but KG Bellin with control, able to try and reset this sort of situation here for the Lancers.
Yeah, Bellin there trying to make the best out of that no boost situation. Probably a good idea to go for 50, but it looks like they let the ball get a little bit too ahead of themselves.
Wonderized pushing forwards once again. Again, they forced Kelvin into this situation where they have to play pretty aggressive and pretty attack heavy. Wonderized going for a play once again off the backboard. Almost finds the double tap. As Yoda not in a position to capitalize. And once again, that third player just not in position.
Yeah, it's trying to see kind of what went wrong here. It looks like Slipstream needed to fake challenge that a lot earlier and then turn around to be able to follow that one back. Or full commit, but they were kind of stuck in the middle where they fake challenged way too late. And that time that they were fake challenging was all the time that they needed to turn around and capitalize on that.
As now, once again, the lead continues to expand here for DCI, and their onslaught is not stopping anytime soon. Yanpawa will have a little bit of an awkward touch and give it over to Yoda, but a nice passing play to clear the zone. Slipstream able to find a nice clear and finds a nice shot. Catches them going for boost. A couple in that far side corner back post, and he just sneaks it through that short side past Yanpawa.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that net ended up so free, but Slipstream quick to capitalize on it.
That was a very, very quick transition out of the neutral zone there for Kelvin to maintain that advantage. They get a nice block on that clear from DCI, and they convert it so quickly. Now, a little bit of an awkward situation. Yanpawa able to find that first touch, but Yoda. Oh, that is such a nice light touch to find that angle.
Yeah, and Maximilian there in a position where they didn't have boost, and they kind of had to just float behind the ball and hope for the best. Probably should have used the flip, try to pre-flip or use the flip somehow to force a stronger challenge there and keep themselves into that play.
Ooh, Yoda trying to go for an aggressive shot there will be challenged and won by Jan Pawa as now Wonderized in the neutral zone tries to do it all itself, but Maximilian is able to get in front of that one. Yoda, a little bit of a whiff on the challenge, and Jan Pawa makes him pay.
Yeah, Slipstream there getting caught in the same kind of position as before, where not quite ready to shadow, not quite ready to challenge, so they definitely need to work on their spacing a little bit and maybe watch some of these replays and figure out where should I be in these situations, how should I challenge, how should I not challenge. And it'll be interesting to see too if the Lancers start noticing this more and trying to take advantage of this.
Yeah, as I think Slipstream again a little slow in as that third now goes forwards. As these rotations on the attacking side have gotten a lot better for Kelvin, but their defensive rotations are still not quite as good as I'd like them to be. Wonderized with a nice save there onto that shot from KG Bellin. Still trying to rotate through for a second one is Jan Pawa. But a back pass towards Maximilian to try and maintain that control, but just punting it forwards, able to get it past a couple of defenders, looking for the pinch, but a little bit too hard there from KG Bellin. Will reset the situation towards that side corner once again as Jan Pawa tries to find that centering pass again. Wonderized now, breaking out of that mid zone, almost able to find a nice little shot there, but challenged early on. That aggressive play is exactly what the doctor ordered. As now towards the side, a good challenge there from Maximilian as Yoda maintaining that control, looking to try and go for a bit of an aerial try, forces it home, and ties us up at 4.
Great control. So coming out and then just staying behind it and trying to say, okay, I'm probably not going to shoot this in. There's too many people in net, which they actually do. But rather than shoot it in, guide it in. Stay behind it. Make sure that if somebody challenges you, you're there to 50 that, hoping that you can win that 50 and put it straight in. And they didn't quite have to do that, but they still, that's the play they made, and the play worked out.
Yeah, as now, once again, Maximilian. Both of these teams have been fighting so tooth and nail, but it's been a story of offense in this game. As both of these teams on the defensive end have things to improve, but their offenses have been on fire. As we may see, once again, an OT to keep this team. Whoa, wait, last second.
Oh, wow.
Whoa. Good save there from Yoda. Will send us to OT. But again, it is now DCI's tournament on the line here in this OT.
And this is a rough spot to be in that situation. We're trying to carry it off your backboard. There's so much pressure involved. Like doing the trivial things like, just a normal 50 or like a normal hit when you're on overtime, not too much pressure. Being up on your back wall like that, lots that you could do wrong.
Yeah.
Oh, great
nice
save. That was a
save.
really dangerous position to be in.
KG Bellin trying to find that initial challenge, but the ball up for grabs for quite a while there. Neither team wanting to try and commit onto that play, but an awkward touch in the neutral zone will be shored up shortly after as Jan Pawa trying to maintain that control, trying to punch it through as KG Bellin in that neutral zone, maintaining the control as Maximilian once again stealing it through, trying to find a pass to Jan Pawa out front. It comes, tries to force it home. Wonderized with a huge save will keep Kelvin available in this OT as Jan Pawa. Nice touch to keep it away from the backboard there to try and maintain that control, but Slipstream rotating forwards a little bit too aggressively. Will be the rotation back from Yoda, but only him for the moment, as not any aggression coming through from the Lancers. Yoda trying to force that forwards, but just nearly has that one saved through once again as Wonderized will give up that ball, tries to rotate back for a little bit of boost as will grab that 100 in the corner. No, Yoda control, wants to try and go for a play here, gets it over a couple of defenders, has Wonderized with him.
Oh, wow.
But a big challenge from Maximilian will keep it out of that zone so handily as now Jan Pawa with control tries to send it out front for a teammate, but that third player is a little bit too far back, trying to play and not give up this OT. DCI tournament lives on the line, and they're playing like it.
Yeah, that one ball too, that pinch that we just saw too was, oh my, we don't even want to talk about it now. But we saw that pinch. Wonderized somehow got a piece of it and sent it back towards their own net. It's always a little scary. But there it is.
Yeah, really great play on that defensive end. They try and go for that bump demo play. Wonderized finds it out in front with an awkward pass off the backboard. Defender just nearly not able to get full control, but Kelvin in OT in that game 2 will continue, will advance into this losers semifinals, as both of these teams now, I mean, such a great series is such, I mean, that was such great Rocket League to watch though.
Yeah, and we talked about this earlier, but I think a big advantage that the Clippers had going into that was just the fact that they were in the losers bracket off the first round. They've been, slowly trying to walk through the teams that are coming at them, and both of these teams were pretty equally strength. But the Clippers have just had more time today, specifically today, and that's what matters, to fix their mistakes and work together and clean up how their team is playing together.
Yeah, I mean, I think this Clippers team now, I believe our next series is going to be the one that everyone's been waiting for. BMX Bikey Boys playing against Bay Ridge Blazers. We haven't seen either of these teams yet today, if I'm not oh, apologies. We did see, I believe, Bay Ridge earlier on, if I'm not mistaken. But BMX Bikey Boys, they've been the boogeyman all day long. This match upcoming will decide who is that winning seed heading into the finals, who's going to come through that winner's bracket completely undefeated. And that's going to be a really, really big one to see the outcome for.
Yeah, and the Bikey Boys, when we saw them on, it was like November 4th or something like that, or October 30th, they were like by far the strongest team in that tournament, didn't drop a game, just kind of flew through everything, and they were playing like it too. They were kind of just messing around. You could see them going for big plays and that kind of thing. So now that they're up against a team in the this is the finals of the winners bracket. It's going to be interesting to see how they play, if they take it a little bit more seriously, and how how their play style works under this much pressure.
Yeah, and looks like we are underway. I'm really excited to see this BMX Bikey Boys that we've heard so much about today in action finally. As Car plays taking that aggressive opportunity. It's going to be Noah. Ooh, aggressive challenge opportunity, but CarPlay is able to maintain that early aggression. It's Trippy. Nice pinch in the corner, but immediately CarPlay is able to read that and head up to try and maintain that control for the BMX Bikey Boys. Is now Trippy trying to maintain a little bit of control for himself. Tries to flick it to a teammate, but there's no one there except for CarPlay looking to go for an aggressive try, but Prolonged able to find that demo and a little bit of control for them once again as Oswain trying to just once again clear it out of the zone. Bikey Boys, they've been on the aggression so far in this game 1. And looking, Jiggle almost had a beautiful shot there.
I gotta say, I love CarPlay's car. He's got the crab on top, crab plays. It's just, considering the stakes involved here, seeing the whole little crab on top of the car is just, it's just pretty fun.
Yeah, now, I mean, the Bikey Boys, I mean, both of these teams, they still do have that sort of safety net of the losers bracket, but it is such a nice advantage to head into the finals with all that momentum as Prong getting a little bit of a nice shot, but CarPlays with a big save and a shot off of it will force that big save there from Trippy the Sloth. And trying to convert that once again is Bay Ridge into that offense, looking to try and find it once again is Trippy. A little bit of an aggressive challenge will give them a little bit of room to work with, but the rotations back are in time. That shot just nearly top corner. Please, down in the corner.
You're looking for that backboard? That's what we're looking for.
That is such a great shot for the Bikey Boys. Jiggle. A little bit of style points on that one. Will find them there first.
The 180 wheel touch. You gotta love it. But that's what we were talking about too, is trying to set up your teammate out. Use the back wall. Back wall is one of the hardest parts of the field to defend. So try to mix it in every here and there, and you'll probably start to see some success.
Yeah, CarPlays with control. Noah is able to grab a demo, and that'll set them back on their momentum just a touch as Bay Ridge trying to work forwards. An aggressive touch will be saved there by Pronged. Is now Jiggle maintaining that control, tries to force it out front, but it rolls back towards CarPlays. Still able to maintain that control, tries to find the fake, almost finds it. That's such a difficult play to try and pull off, but now forced onto the defensive side. Prolonged trying to find a shot on net there, but will be saved through by Jiggle. And I think the Spiky Boys team, they've been so aggressive, but they still have maintained a lot of those defensive opportunities as well.
So these plays here, it's interesting to see what they set up. So they actually went for a demo play there, and that's one of the things that I think a team with this kind of chemistry will do, is, you know, the demo play, it's a little bit riskier to go for, but it's also kind of like the more fun thing to go for, and I think we're still seeing that trend of, you know, they're playing the game to have fun.
Yeah, CarPlay's able to, like you said, maintain, or apologies, like you said, it looks like they're having a good time. They get that bump play, and I mean, they take it to the bank. CarPlay's able to come through and find that one. As 2-0 already, the Bikey Boys have a pretty big advantage with only 2 minutes remaining. You know, it's theirs to lose at this point.
Yeah, Jiggle's touch there on that last play was so crucial, just getting that little tap. It doesn't have to take the defender out, it just has to kind of nudge them out of the way a little bit. And that's exactly what happened. Prong trying to set this up to her Swain. Swain?
Yeah, but the demo once again comes through from Jiggle. It's been a pretty savage game so far from the BMX Bikey Boys, trying to maintain their sort of high level of aggression in here as... Ooh, Trippy the Sloth finds a little bit of an opportunity, but the triple commit forwards. CarPlays has a lot of open space to work with. Will grab himself 100, trying to find a centering pass here to a teammate. Noah in the vicinity will grab that touch from the defender. CarPlays going up for it, not quite able to force that one towards the net, and it will be an easy turn away. But Jiggle, aggressive play forwards, trying to find that challenge. It was able to be sent once again harmlessly to the side, and will finally clear the zone, but towards CarPlays goes, and he's able to send it immediately back to Noah. Finds a nice redirection, but can't find a shot off of it.
Noah had a big old baseball glove there, and CarPlays just chucked that ball from across the field.
Yeah, it's such a difficult time, especially with how little time is remaining for Bay Ridge to try and make their way back into this series. So little room for error remaining. And they're just going to try and finish it off. Ooh, what a play that is from Prong. Finds the demo, but Jiggle just nearly able to find that save as another follow-up shot. Not quite as hard as Jiggle. Once again, on that defensive end has been so strong for this BMX Bikey Boys team, as Noah with a little bit of a pass, but not quite able to get there in time, as that time will expire. And I mean, the BMX Bikey Boys not disappointing, holding that Bay Ridge team to 0 in that first game.
Yeah, one thing I can actually say that the Bikey Boys could probably improve on is that on their offense, we're usually seeing 2 people for some reason. At least that's what I've been seeing, is I've been watching and I've been waiting. Like, if Jiggle and CarPlays are making something happen, I'm waiting to see when does Noah come in. And Noah doesn't come in, it's back to CarPlays or back to Jiggle. And if they can start to work in their third more on those attacks, I think they're going to see more success. Not that they don't already have success from this game. But also Bay Ridge, the last couple minutes of that game, they're definitely cleaning up on their defense, not letting anything else through, trying to see, okay, it's a bit of a lost battle in this last 30 seconds or so. So let's just focus on making sure that whatever we take away from this, we take into the next game and bring it with the rest of or carry it through to the rest of the series.
Yeah, and I think it's also important to note the sort of path that both of these teams treaded to get here. I mean, the Bikey Boys were able to beat those Rocket Royals and the Lancers that we saw eliminated in that losers bracket, but they beat them easily 2-0 for both of those series. Meanwhile, Bay Ridge having a pretty tough time against those Clippers and the Jags off camera there. And again, it's a pretty difficult road to this sort of winners finals here for Bay Ridge, but they're going to try and find it nonetheless. The BMX Bikey Boys up by 1 here heading into game 2, looking to close the door on this winners finals and send Bay Ridge down to go play the winner of the Jags and the Clippers in that losers bracket.
And speaking of what we were talking about, that the Bikey Boys could be doing better in involving their third more. If they're not doing that, that's a big opening for the Bay Ridge team to take advantage of. If you can get it past that first initial push of players that's attacking you, you might have a 2v1 for a few seconds, and trying to capitalize on that might be what they need.
And Trippy now in the vicinity. Will try and get a little bit of this aggression going. Tries to find a bit of a bump off of it. Carplays able to make himself past one defender. Tries to go for the fake, but can't quite get past that defender as Pronged transitions it into a really quick bit of offensiveness there. But Noah with a good save. Now it's BMX Bikey Boy's turn. It's all three of them, but a little bit of an early shot there from Jiggle will be easily turned away by Pronged, as now Carplays looking to maintain this aggression off the sideboards, though. Tribute the Sloth trying to maintain that control as Noah with a pass out front to Jiggle, and he'll make no mistake. Top corner. That's the team play that we've been looking for all series long.
Yeah, great, like the offensive positioning right there and spacing to try to get themselves mid, push that far upfield, and make sure, hey, if this pass does come through, I'm ready for it. And he definitely was. Those are the kinds of spacings that we see from really aggressive teams.
Yeah, Tribute the Sloth misreading that a little bit in the corner, and that'll give BMX a little bit of time to work with, and it'll come out front to Jiggle. He'll be able to clear the zone, and he's going to give chase. As a huge flying play from Noah. Not quite as much power as I think he would have liked on that one. Will be turned away by Tribute the Sloth. Now the aggression comes through. Swapping back and forth so quickly. Jiggle with a little bit of a play over towards that center as Noah tries to get that centering pass, but Carplay's not in the vicinity to try and make it happen once again. But a nice demo on the defensive end, or on the offensive end from Tribute the Sloth. Will find them a little bit of an opportunity, but they can't capitalize off of it. But Pronged, he'll capitalize nicely off of that floating ball in the mid zone. Such a great play from Oswaney.
Yeah, and we talked about it earlier, but the backboard coming into effect again as Swain just got that great that touch way up high. It's hard to read that corner and what's going to come out of it. It's easier to read if you're in the middle of the field than it is if you're directly sitting under it.
Pronged. Okay, Bayridge not able to find anything in that first game, but already finding two back-to-back off of a nice 1v1 play from Pronged. Carplays just nearly missing out on that challenge to get that save, and it'll cost them Bayridge with their first advantage of the series.
This is the first time, at least, that we've seen the Bikey Boys be in a position where they have to come from behind. So it'll be interesting to see. Do they change the way that they're playing at all? I have a feeling it won't, personally.
No, I don't think it will. But again, that's one of the signs of a good team. If they're able to maintain their mental, knowing exactly what they want to do, even while behind, as Noah with a little bit of a pass there, Pronged, able to break up that play. And they're still going for these big passing plays. I think that's been one of the signatures, as I say that. A huge pass from Noah to Carplays to Noah is exactly what the doctor ordered.
We got ourselves a quintuple 2 on the board. Always rare, but always fun to see.
Yeah, plenty of time remaining for both of these teams to break what is a little bit of a stalemate at the moment. Swaney in the mid zone. Once again, just gonna a little bit of a giveaway there. Ooh, a little bit of an awkward touch on the defense. Almost finds the back of the net off of Carplay's touch, but a good pass in the neutral zone. The shot from Swaney just nearly not gonna come at as good of an angle as I think he wanted it to be, as Jiggle gonna get a little bit of a help from Noah to clear the zone. Now giving chase in the corner, tries to stall it for his teammates to come through, but Carplays forcing it forwards, trying to find that centering pass, but Swain able to get in front of that one once more, as now Noah, a little bit of a chance. It's his time to shine. Gonna try and find a little bit of a flick pass over to Carplays. Had that room to go with, but just did have it closed a little bit too quickly on him.
Yeah, and I think the big difference between these teams is we see that Bay Ridge is playing much more traditionally. You know, they're pretty much doing what you'd expect them to do most of the time with their challenges in their 50s and the way that they set up offense. Whereas the Bikey Boys are kind of playing this like more like it's a casual match, where they're kind of just like going for big things and like throwing the ball around and stalling and faking and doing all sorts of like unconventional things, and that can really trip up your opponents.
Yeah, such a good back zone shot there from Jiggle. And I mean, that's one that's so difficult to defend if you're Bay Ridge. You have to have someone so far back to try and find that challenge. As now Noah going for a little bit of a double tap, almost finds it, but sets it up nicely for Jiggle. Off the post it goes. Noah rotating through, can't find the secondary shot. Is now Pronged with control. A little bit of confusion there on the
standoff.
side, but they were allotted that time, and they use a full amount of it to try and decide what they want to try and do. Again, now Bay Ridge, 3 unanswered on the board, or apologies, 2 unanswered on the board for BMX Bikey Boys in a row. And Bay Ridge, they need to try and find one more, and against this Bikey Boys team, that is a tall order with only 37 seconds to go.
Everybody's trying to send that out to Jiggle. Mikey Boy just with that interrupt, giving Jiggle some time to reset.
Yeah, Jiggle will get a little bit of a touch towards the mid-zone pronged. Able to send it up, but not towards a teammate. Swaney will have to try and go get that one. 13 seconds left. They need to try and mount some kind of aggression quick, but Car plays with a big challenge. Will maintain that ball in the control of Bikey Boys, sending it back towards their own defensive corner, trying to stall out the rest of this clock. With 0 seconds left, it has to find the back of the net now, but now towards the mid-zone. Jiggle tries to keep that one airborne, but BMX Bikey Boys will find the series. They don't disappoint in their first time of the day on the stream as they take a 2-0 sweep against Bay Ridge.
Yeah, very well played. And again, it's similar to what we talked about. They look like they're having a lot of fun. You can play Rocket League really traditionally. You can do what's always the most like threatening play constantly, but then you can also have teams that do the exact opposite, and that, like, every opportunity they get, if you think they're going to bang that ball, they won't bang it, and they won't bang it because they know you think you're going to bang it, and they do that all over the place. They try to set up really weird and unconventional plays, and if you can call them on it, you can probably take advantage of it, and you'll probably get an easy free ball. But because they're so consistently picking these moments on when to do it, they're giving themselves these cool opportunities to make unconventional plays. And when that comes up as a defender against something unconventional, you can't just rely on what you've practiced. You gotta, on the fly, your team has to figure out like, how do we adapt to this weird thing that's happening right now. And I think that's why we're seeing so much success out of them.
Yeah, and now for this upcoming series, we're going to see this Bay Ridge team once again, now in the losers bracket. We still don't know the result of this series between the Jags and the Clippers, but they will be playing the victor heading in towards this losers finals match. Jags and Clippers, again, they are still fighting it out right now, trying to decide who will advance to that losers finals, while who will meet Bay Ridge at that sort of plateau, and who eventually will get their revenge opportunity at the BMX Bikey Boys.
Do you have any predictions on which team you expect to see?
Between the 3 that are still available, I think Bay Ridge has shown some really, really great opportunities to try and meet them in the finals. But again, I haven't seen that Jags team yet today. They're still in a very, very good position to try and make it to the finals. And I think, again, any of them could make it, but I think my favorites have to be the Bay Ridge at this point.
Yeah, I think just for like the story, I would really like to see the Clippers come back and make it at least to the finals, like grand finals. Just because they're gonna have to, I believe they have to beat the team that sent them to the losers bracket, which is exciting to like have to come back and be like, okay, we went to the losers bracket, we practiced, we got better. Let's take down the people that got us there, and then let's take down the guys at the top that everyone's been afraid of. I like that as a story, so I hope we gotta get to see it kind of go in that direction. But we haven't seen what the Jags are capable at all of, so that'll be interesting to see too.
Yeah, and one thing of note that we sort of haven't gotten a chance to highlight quite yet, the Jags and BMX Bikey Boys are from the same school, coached by the same person. So I think it would be very, very interesting, if nothing else, to see them sort of in the finals against each other as well.
That would be, the, what's the word I'm looking for? The bragging rights on that would be pretty immense. I mean, both teams win, but, one of the teams won more, and they get to, hold on to that.
Yeah, as, again, we may actually be able to take a little bit of a look in here on this losers sort of semifinals matchup. As we have it pulled up, I think we are still trying to figure out what the series score is between these two teams, so we'll get that updated as quick as possible. But getting a first look at this Jaguars team is going to be a nice thing to have, because we haven't gotten a chance to look at them quite yet, as they are in that orange for this match. And it's going to be interesting to see.
We have G2RL, Chicken Man, and Meta Vice, which I believe we might have seen G2 before in the last national championships. I could be wrong, but it looks familiar. And then our Clippers, who we know quite well at this point on this stream.
Yeah, it's Wonderized. Wonderized and Yoda have been the two really impactful players from this Clippers side. They're the backbone of their offense that has been so suffocating for a lot of the day. And they're going to try and ride that all the way to this losers finals.
And Slipstream is kind of consistently put into the defensive position because his teammates are always so aggressive. So they've definitely gotten a lot of practice as third man this tournament, and it'll be interesting to see as the pressure mounts if that practice pays off.
Yeah, Wonderized. Able to find a little bit of an interesting front touch, but Metavice goes off that backboard, tries to deny that potential as G2. Now along those sideboards, again, this Jaguars team trying to get out of their own end. Metavice with a nice clear towards the top corner that Yoda's going to have to respond to pretty heavily as, once again, this aggression is so suffocating from both of these sides. I feel like it's once again just a battle of offense.
Metavice with the control too. That's usually the thing you want to do there, and the people that make that play there where you bring it back into your own corner are usually the ones players. So I'd be interested to see if they end up in a 1v1 situation at all and how they handle that.
Metavice on these sideboards will give away control. Wonderized go away, almost finds the double tap. Slipstream coming through, just nearly can't get in front of that one as Wonderized with an early challenge will come back as that defensive player. They look to try and keep this aggression strong. Metavice will try and find a little bit of a clear there, but Slipstream getting in front of that one not quick enough as G2 with a pass out front once again off the backboard back to G2, but he can't put a finishing touch on that one quite yet. This Jaguars team able to maintain such good control. A nice pass on the side will be broken up. Metavice with control and a nice shot, but Wonderized all over the pitch right now, maintaining that control for his team. Now Yoda in the corner trying to do the same, but just nearly has it taken away from him a little bit too early as we see a little bit of a pile up in the corner trying to maintain that control, and they may be punished for it. Chicken Man's forwards will eventually be stopped, but again, both of these teams trading blows pretty heavily here.
Interesting. The old fake that we were talking about before. Everyone thinks that someone else has got some higher level touch, and then nobody hits the ball at all. All right, so it sounds like the Clippers are up 1 on this series with a 4-3 win on game number 1. So right now, if the Clippers take this match, they'll be going on to the next round, whereas if they drop this match, we'll be seeing a game number 3.
Perfect is now once. Ooh, speaking of the Clippers, Wonderized gonna give him the lead with 11 seconds to go. A brilliant pass to himself there off that backboard, and a little bit of over aggression there from the Jaguars is the opening that I feel like those Clippers needed. They take the lead, 11 seconds to go here, and they need to try and tie it up. They get an opportunity, but it's quickly closed down by Slipstream on the front. Will come out a little bit too far out. The Clippers, it would have to be once again a 0-second goal, but trying to maintain that advantage. The Jaguars trying to fight back, but it will hit the ground. The Clippers advance through to the losers finals.
So well done to the Jags team to be the second team from the school to make it this far into the tournament. But the Clippers, as we were talking about before, have seen so much progress just today alone. And really, you'd expect that when you're playing back to back, you're playing against the best teams, of the Canadian high schools. that is your best practice. There, you will never find any better practice than the exact situation that they're in right now. So their mental must be really solid. Their chemistry must be really solid for them to be able to take this from a game 1 loss into the losers bracket and cleanly wipe through on this losers bracket.
Yeah, and I mean the momentum at this point must be absolutely absurd for this Clippers side. I mean, they are, I believe, I want to say 4 wins in a row now in this losers bracket. They look absolutely like the losers bracket assassin that they sort of were set up to be from the start, as they get sent down here pretty early on, and then they just completely clean it up. As now, heading into this losers finals, it's going to be interesting to see who will meet the BMX Bikey Boys. Will it be the Clippers or the Blazers? We've seen both of these teams a lot today, and only one of them can go fight the Boogeyman.
I don't think have we seen the Blazers play?
Yeah, the Bay Ridge Blazers. We've seen them a couple of times.
Ridge, right? Okay,
yeah,
yes.
apologies.
So Bay Ridge is the ones. They're the ones that knocked the Clippers down.
I believe so.
bracket.
Yeah.
So this is their redemption arc.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This
Looking
is
to
it. If you're watching this as like a TV show, it always starts with the main character, getting beaten down, and then it builds right back up to the same confrontation at the end. So this is their chance.
Yeah, and then I mean, again, both of these teams mountain to climb against each other, and then the finals, grand finals against BMX Bikey Boys looms in the horizon for both of these teams. For the victor to try and emerge, they are going to have to try and give it their absolute all.
And the last time we saw this matchup too, this was a game 3 series. So even before the Clippers had all this practice by running through the losers bracket, it was a close match. So I expect that we're going to see the Clippers take an early lead here and then put the Blazers on the back foot, I should say. And we'll see if that prediction's right, and if that's the case, then the Blazers are going to have to really step up to overtake this.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be a big game of momentum. Like you said, they have a very, very good amount of it heading in. And it's going to be interesting to see if they're maybe a little demoralized by the fact that they're playing against the team that already beat them once, or if they're ready to make that upset happen. I don't even think I would call it an upset at this point. I think they were so close during that first series. And I think it's just going to be who has more momentum, who's adapted and shored up a lot of those weaknesses throughout the day.
Yeah, I have no doubt that the Clippers right now are about as hyped as they're going to be in this tournament. Unless they win, then they are going to be the most hyped. But going into this match, so far, this is probably the most excited they've been. Hey, look, we just beat all of these other teams. Now we're back at the start. This is what we practiced for. Let's get in there and win.
Yeah, it looks like we are just waiting on both of these teams to get everything set. They're doing a little bit of that last second prep, probably talking a little bit with their coaches, trying to really set up how they want to attack this series. Again, I think both of these teams can afford to just take what they've been learning and applying and really try and take it all the way, as now underway with game number 1 of this losers finals between the Clippers and the Blazers. Once again, we saw this earlier in the day, but these are two completely different teams now.
And that's the exciting thing about watching these tournaments like this, is getting to see all the players and teams evolve.
Aggressive challenge. This is something we've seen out of this team all day long, is these aggressive sort of defensive challenges. Woo, off the back of one, Wonderized. Able to take it all the way to the bank. A nice play, setting it up for himself once again, and he takes it once again just all the way through. Again, Wonderized has been the player that's sort of hardest to keep under wraps on this Clippers side.
What we were talking about just before the game started is we're likely to see the Clippers, come out strong, and then expect to see how does the Bay Ridge team, how do they respond to this newfound momentum.
It's by no means going to be an easy time, as once again a defensive end save for the Clippers. They keep that momentum high. I think that once they get one on the board here for this Blazers side, it does get a lot easier to try and attack
this series, but they need to get that first one. That's going to be the hardest one for them to get all series long. Is Trivia the Sloth now in the corner, finds a nice centering pass, but just nearly off the post it goes. Out front now to Trivia the Sloth, but with no boost left to work with. Has to try and make these challenges happen boostless, and he will still be able to punch it back to his teammate, who looks to take it all the way by his lonesome. Almost does so, but now in the neutral zone. Over aggression will once again leave Wonder Eyes the benefactor.
Yeah, and we talked about this a couple games ago, and when you're third man in this position, you can't challenge that. You have to fake challenge in shadow unless you're very confident that you're going to win that ball. But in that position, they had ball possession. Let them keep it, buy your team some time to get back.
Again, early advantage for the Kelvin Clippers. Like you alluded to, I mean, these predictions are looking very, very strong as they're so strong, especially on the defensive end. Wonder Eyes gonna clear that one off the backboard. They're gonna try and keep this aggression strong, though. Bay Ridge do not want to give an absolute inch, but finally, they will have to relent as Swaney in that defensive end will have a little bit of a misplay from one defender, looking to take it all by his lonesome, but Wonder Eyes makes it past all of the defenders, and he'll do it all by himself. A hat trick not even halfway through this game for Wonder Eyes, and he makes it look easy.
Yeah, Wonder Eyes came into this game and said, hey, remember me? Remember that first air dribble I almost put on you? Well, I'm warmed up now.
Yeah, that'll send terrors down any team. Pronged.
It's like a 150 kilometer goal right now. 128.
That was
blast.
That was a quick one.
Right into the corner too. If you're Bay Ridge right now, that's definitely what you need. You need one on the board. Now you can. Okay, we got this. We can reset. We've already beat these guys. We got our one. Let's turn that one into 2 or 3.
Yeah, and sort of like I said, the first one is going to be the hardest one. They need to get that wind under their sails, and they've done so now. It's just whether or not, like you said, they can get that second and third, because I think it got a little bit out of hand here early with Wonder Eyes getting those first 3 goals, and now a little bit of an awkward defensive setup here. Will be Pronged trying to force it out towards that mid zone. A huge play from Sweeney to clear that out once more, but Wonder Eyes once again. You give this guy open space and he'll make your life a living nightmare going for that air dribble, but Swaney, he remembers that first series. He's challenging that one very aggressively, as they do not want to give Wonder Eyes an absolute inch.
Yeah, the tough thing with air dribbles is once you've learned who's capable of doing them, it's not the hardest thing to defend. You just got to get as high as them in the air. And respect that they can get one more touch, they can keep it higher. But as soon as that happens, the air dribbler, if they are as good as we've seen them be, they start to say, "Oh, you think I'm going to keep pushing the ball up? No, I'm not. I'm going to drop it low." So interesting to see now. Wonder Eyes has been stuffed at least once in the air now. Are they going to start faking their air dribbles?
Yeah, really nice touch in the mid zone there from Wonder Eyes once again. Trippy the Sloth gonna find that one and tries to get it through, but once again, Wonder Eyes so strong on that defensive end as well. We'll keep it away from that backboard. As Pronged full control once again. We'll send it off that backboard for his teammate. We'll try and find a shot. Again, there's just so much of a strong defensive presence here from this Clippers side.
And Yoda not letting Swaney rotate back. Saying, hey, I trust my team in a 2v2. Do you?
Yeah, I mean, forcing that 2v2, especially when it's Wonderized, is a scary prospect, as he'll just nearly sneak that one through for his 4th of the game. I mean, can they stop him?
That was an own goal, technically, but if you saw where Yoda was ready for that ball to come across. So it was one of those ones that you have to throw yourselves at and challenge. Just unfortunate that not quite able to get all the way there. That was a strong shot, but the shot actually wasn't going in. So I just got to remember sometimes that, hey, not everybody can hit these crazy angles.
I mean, again, I don't blame him, though. He has shown that he is more than capable of hitting some of these crazier plays, especially in this game. Already the hat trick under his belt.
He's
now
definitely
Trippy the
booty man.
Ooh, nice play, but just nearly broken up right at the end. Prolonged with a nice shot. Once again, turned away by Wonderized on both sides of the ball. This guy is an absolute demon, but finally, they will relent. They will find that small gap, but it may be a little bit too late here in this game one for Bay Ridge.
Yeah, and at this point, too, I mean, as long as the Clippers are playing the way that they will be playing for the rest of the series, getting that one small win, that can be just a learning point. You can say, okay, this one thing worked really well. Let's try to do this thing more. And then maybe in the next series, that turns out to be something that, the Clippers aren't that good at defending. So even that lost goal, that sad lost goal that doesn't change the game at all, can be, a big influence on how the series proceeds.
Yeah, I mean, it does give them that little bit of momentum towards the end of the game, but Wonderized is just an absolute monster on both sides of the ball. 4 goals and 4 saves. More in both categories than anyone else on his team. I mean, we've seen a couple of individual efforts today, but most of them are headlined by that boy right there.
So Wonderized, the score line too, if you just look at the in-game score, which I know doesn't matter most of the time, but 958 points, and then the next player with 219. So you got to feel good about that game. Players, pop off all the time, and when you have somebody on your team that manages to do that, that's always a good feeling.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a dominating performance, and I think a lot of this Blazers potential, they may adjust to try and shut down Wonderized, but even the rest of the players on this Clippers team are absolutely not something you can ignore. Especially Yoda has been able to capitalize off of a lot of these opportunities in previous series that Wonderized has been able to set up for them. And again, you can't just completely ignore these other 2 players. They're still very strong in their own right, and they will burn you, especially if you're over-centralizing yourself on Wonderized.
I have a feeling we're going to see the Blazers be a little bit more demo heavy and try to take Wonderized out with some bumps.
Wronged finds a nice shot off the side. Swaney with the follow-up, but Wonderized, I mean, once again on that back end is so strong. Swaney, they're going to try and find that flying shot. Won't be able to, and the clear will come through, but Trevi the Sloth in the position to get that once again back towards that zone, but a little bit of a relent on the offense is a little bit of a float shot. Will force the response from Pronged. Once again, Wonderized in that vicinity. A slipstream. Now with control, will send it over towards his teammate. Once again, Trippy the Sloth in the corner, trying to work it out, but Wonderized able to win 1 challenge, able to win 2 challenges, looking for more, but does finally get stopped by the 3rd. His teammate's now rotating forwards, and a little bit of an awkward touch will leave Slipstream with control of it in the mid zone, will send it up for a teammate, but Pronged with a nice demo will give that opportunity over towards Trippy the Sloth, trying to make that shot happen, but just nearly can't find the back of that net.
Yeah, if you're the Blazers right now, you really want this early lead. You want to give yourself some time to relax a little bit and try to just play defensive and try to take it to game 3 and take it 1 game at a time. If we see the Clippers get this first goal here, it's going to be a pretty difficult path for the Blazers to come back from.
Yeah, especially with just how aggressive this Clippers side is, being able to force through that and find one of your own. You can start to play a little bit more defensively yourselves to try and counteract just how much of a force Wonderized is. Once again, as I alluded to, Yoda pushing forwards, tries to find that secondary touch, will maintain that control towards Wonderized in the corner, finds the pass out front, but that 3rd man just a touch too late. Slipstream trying to find the challenge. Will be bumped out of the way, but Wonderized now with control, has plenty of boost to work with, tries to force it through to that center once more, but Bay Ridge, they've done a really, really great job at this game on their defensive end. Almost 2.5 minutes gone with no goals on either side.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I think with the players focusing so hard on Wonderized, I think we're going to see him back off a little bit and probably just go for some passing plays. If he's passing the ball, he might be baiting people in to think he's shooting, pull a defender out, and then, oops, this ball's actually to my teammate. That's what I'd expect Wonderized to start doing in this game, to try to trip it up and try to make sure that whatever the other team is doing to, adapt to you isn't going to be enough.
Trippy the Sloth, big challenge,
Oh, wow.
and he finds it. such an aggressive turnaround off that challenge. It goes so awkwardly into the corner and out front, and he'll take full advantage of that one. And that is such a big boost for this Blazers team. They get ahead early on, and that was really one of their keys to success in this game.
Just shows the importance of when you challenge from front post, really making sure you cover the inside of your front post as well.
Yeah, Trippy's the sloth in the corner. Will be juked out a little bit. Swaney with a nice touch in the neutral zone will force that rotation back from this Clippers side, and Pronged able to maintain full control, and now Yoda, he's going to look to go. Nice save there from Trippy, though, as now Wonderized off these sideboards, looking to try and force it through to the center, find that centering pass once again, but Yoda, no!
Oh, that's unfortunate. Looks like he was trying to hit that high or wide, but that was probably the hardest angle you could try to redirect that direction, especially considering it wasn't going in to begin with. Maybe he just forgot what net he was in front of.
I mean, it was a beautiful tip, I will say, but unfortunately not quite to the correct location. But again, Bay Ridge, they give themselves that opportunity, especially on these goals. They've just been sort of grinding them down, forcing those mistakes to a certain extent, but Wonderized, what a pass that is from Yoda, and he'll make absolutely no mistake from there.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier. This is the exact kind of pressure you want to have. Slipstream passes it up off backboard. Yoda catches it, puts it right back off backboard, and Wonderized comes in for the kill.
Yeah, Yoda off that kickoff, but kicks it out towards Wonderized on that sidewall. Gets the aggression going early, and we're going to see Wonderized getting a little bit physical, getting a little bit of that demo and bump plays to try and set up for his teammates, but Pronged. That is such a beautiful shot.
At the placement here, top corner right in the shelf. Storing that for later.
Really picks that
corner over there.
That is an absolutely beautiful shot. And now, I mean, we see this Clippers side on the downturn a little bit here. Down 2 with a minute to go. Still plenty of time to tie this one up, but this Bay Ridge side, they've been so strong on the defensive end so far in this series. I'd be surprised if they weren't able to hold this one down and send us to a Game 3.
Yeah, I'm expecting a Game 3 at this point myself, and I think we maybe some of the stuff that we were talking about before might come into play, but maybe Yoda will just prove us wrong.
Yeah, I mean, a really nice play in the neutral zone from Wonderized sets up very nicely for that play off of Yoda. I think that final defender was expecting Wonderized to take that himself, and setting that up nicely for Yoda, like we sort of alluded to. He's going to be shut down a little bit himself, but he's able to still enable his teammates on those plays. As now, I mean, 40 seconds is still more than enough time to try and tie this one up, but from 2 gets a little harder as Pronged with the hat trick. With a nice pass off of Swaney, misreading into the corner once more, and Pronged, I mean, he'll burn you on those situations almost every time.
Yeah, it really actually shows to the importance of the kickoff and making sure you have something consistent that your team can deal with, because that kickoff was a little bit out of control, which put the Clippers at a big disadvantage right out of the gate, and then that's where a lot of the early confusion comes in.
Awkward touch off the corner, looking to try and put this one to bed, but with only 15 seconds remaining, the Clippers need to get one right here, right now, unless they want to try and win it in Game 3. Aggressively off the backboard it comes, looking to try and force this one home. Wonderized will have it stolen away, and with that, Bay Ridge, they fight back from that initial deficit and to bring it to a 4-2 game. They win in a pretty good fashion, and they will force this Game 3 in Losers Finals.
Yeah, and just looking at the scoreboard here, we see Pronged 3 goals, 2 saves, and 3 shots. So 100% shooting accuracy coming out of Pronged, which is a good feeling. And then you've got Trippy the Sloth also kind of scoring stats across the board. Goal, 2 assists, and actually an assist from Swaney too. So all 3 goals coming from teamwork. Or there's actually 4 goals, so never mind. 3 of their 4 goals coming from their teamwork. So probably leaning into that a little bit more, making sure that their offensive pressure is a little bit stronger, and that they're getting balls to each other, and they're not just taking empty shots at the net.
Yeah, and I think they've done a really good job as well at optimizing
how they're dealing with Wonderized, because they know that they have to try and deal with Yoda as well. They can't afford to invest that many resources, but they keep him to a pretty reasonable amount of effectiveness in that game with, you know, they didn't invest anything too particularly to try and shut him down, I feel.
Yeah, and honestly, it seemed like Wonderized that game too just wasn't, being as strong of a player as we saw them in game one. Some reason the game is starting with only 5 people on the field. It seems like that should be a reset, but we'll see what happens. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're gonna reset. Pronged will find one, but I believe we're gonna reset this one. I'm not 100% sure.
I believe when you have an uneven number of players from the kickoff of the first point, then you do a reset.
Yeah, so we are gonna reset that one. We're gonna really quickly do that, but again, it gives us a little bit more time to talk about this game 3, this pivotal game 3, to see who advances to this grand finals to play off against the BMX Bikey boys, the Boogeyman themselves once again. As I mean, both of these teams have a really, really strong side to them, and I think for this Blazers team, their defense has been really, really strong in these previous couple games.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the first game they dropped the ball a little bit, but they cleaned that up definitely for the second game. For this third game, I think we're going to see Wonderized revert back to either being very aggressive or very passive, but not really in between. I think they're either going to be trying to make a lot of assists or they're going to be trying to put all the goals in. And I think that's going to be the strategy coming out of them. Whereas I think the Blazers are going to continue to lean into making sure that their offense is scattered and scattered as in they're not just taking empty shots, they're passing the ball to each other, they're making it unpredictable on what's happening in the Clippers side.
Yeah, again, nothing too crazy in these opening seconds. It's been a lot of who can set the tempo in this series. There's a little bit of a really nice cross pass there. No one able to get in front of that one from the Bay Ridge side early on. But both of these teams maintaining a lot of that control that we've seen be the style in this series, but a little bit of a whiff will give Sweeney a little bit of time to try and aggress forwards, trying to get that ball out towards the center as Yoda,
wow,
defensive end, never mind, it's Slipstream that makes that save, a desperation one, just nearly, as now Wonderized pushing forwards, trying to find the back of the net. Like you said, he's either going to go for all the assists in the world or all the goals, and it looks like on that one, he was trying to slam that one home.
Yeah, they're also kind of stuck there. They had no boost for most of that play, which meant off of their next follow-up, they couldn't get out either, which is a little bit of a tough play to choose to make there. You don't want to be in a position where you can't rotate out, because if you can't rotate out, your pressure collapses after 3 hits.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a light scoring game that we haven't come to expect too much from these teams. Pronged going to try and set himself up for a little bit of a double tap there off the backboard, but will get shut down by a bump as Prolonged. Again, there's just been a lot of mid-zone play. There hasn't been even that many, high-value opportunities for either of these squads. It's just been both of them sort of holding each other at bay in this mid-zone.
Mm-hmm. Oh, until right there. Holy. Is that a Cookser pinch? What was that?
It was a very strong pinch.
Oh,
regardless.
Clear.
That is such a hard one to save.
And that's such a hard one to shoot, too. So big props for being able to put that one on target.
And that's the exact opportunity that this Bay Ridge team needed. They go up by 1. They get themselves that momentum in a game that was a little slow at the outset. And Pronged going to take that momentum to the bank. A little bit of an overpass in the defensive zone will cost them, as Yoda not quite able to get there. A nice pass from Sweeney over to Pronged is such a nice play. And Bay Ridge, they open up the scoring in a big way, back to back.
Kind of seems like Wonderized is trying to inject himself into a little bit too much. Maybe the success of the first game is leading to some bad habits in the future games. So I think for them to be more successful, we're going to have to see him back off a little bit and give his teammates more space to work and only come in when, it's really their turn.
Yeah, we are going to see a big clear here. Out front it comes as Yoda not able to get as nice of a shot as I think he was hoping for. Will try and get a little bit of a back pass here towards Wonderized in the corner, but it comes out awkwardly towards the front. Yoda still able to turn that one away. Gets a nice, really nice secondary pass there. Tries to force it out front towards Wonderized, but gets shut down at the outset. Slipstream forcing it back forwards, but hands it straight over to Swaney. Whoa, trippy. Almost able to force it through for his second of the game, but Wonderized on that defensive end comes through. Now off the post it goes.
Wow.
Swaney almost able to put them up by 3, and it's looking all Bay Ridge here in game number 3.
Yeah, we really haven't seen the Clippers really set anything up so far this game. That's not what they need right now.
So close on that save attempt, but pronged. He's been so dangerous on those sidewalls, and he'll make them pay. 3-0 now lies the score. The Clippers, a mountain to climb and not a lot of time to do it. 1.5 minutes remaining here in game 3. That's a good start, though. Wonderized. A snipe off the kickoff to start it off.
Yeah, and that's really, we know they need 3 goals, but a goal off the kickoff there is so instrumental to this comeback if they want to try to make it. And it's also instrumental to their chemistry right now. Being shut out is pretty difficult, but getting that one, it's like, okay, we got the one, let's keep going.
Yeah, again, we do see Yoda going for a little bit of an aggressive sort of demo bump play there. They're trying to get a little bit more aggressive. They don't have the time allotted remaining to try and play that slow, methodical, pick you apart style of offense, setting up Wonderized and Yoda. They need to play aggressive. They need to play fast, and they need to do it right now.
And this is their chance, but the defense is too strong right now from Pronged.
Finds a nice play across the front of the net, just maintaining that control, burning out that clock right now is the prerogative for this Blazers side. Wonderized just nearly able to get in front of that ball. But again, they're burning it down the clock. They don't need to pot anymore. While it would be nice to do so, they just need to wear it down. Pronged with another shot, maintaining this aggression. Wonderized finally able to break out of the zone, tries to find that second touch. Will set it up for Yoda. Rolling through it and will find the back of the net.
This is the exact thing that I love about Rocket League, and that's the moment from the shot to the goal. There is so much time in that moment and so much time for suspense, and that's what we got to see there. We're just sitting there holding our breath for like 3 seconds while we wait for it to go in. It was probably only 1 second, but it felt like forever.
Yeah, it feels like an eternity for sure, as now within 1 in striking distance is this Clippers side. Wonderized will send it towards that far corner, trying to make that aggressive challenge happen, but Pronged. He's been so strong on the defensive end, and he'll find the clear that they so desperately needed. 7 seconds remaining, looking for more, but down towards the net it goes, and Trippy the Sloth will find it. That may just do it. Bay Ridge, at the last possible second, to find that steal in front, an awkward angle, and they may have just put this one to bed.
Yeah, almost impossible to come back from this. You'd have to see the world's fastest kickoff goal, and yeah, we don't see it. So, huge run from the Clippers. I think we're really hoping to see them take this game just for the the redemption arc, but also really well done from the Blazers. They won their first matchup against them. They continued their series, and then when they came back, they played a stronger team and were still able to take them out. So, definitely well done.
Yeah, and they did a really, really good job of shutting down both Yoda. I mean, Yoda specifically was one of the big players setting up as both of these teams. I mean, they played such a great series, but now only one of them can advance to the finals, to the best of 5 against the BMX Bikey Boys. They're both looking to take this one home. And it's going to be a banger of a series.
Yeah, and I believe this is the matchup we saw only 2-ish games ago. With the Blazers versus the Bikey Boys in the finals.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, so we already have some ideas of what we expect to see. So it'll be interesting to see, are the Blazers able to change up their play style at all to adapt to this very loose and, almost like scrappy play style the BMX Spiky Boys have.
Yeah, and again, like you said before, if they are playing these sort of loose, sort of almost mind game heavy style of play, it's going to be interesting to see if they're able to punish them on a lot of those plays where you expect them to make those aggressive challenges, expect them to make those aggressive plays, and they just don't really play as aggressively or as, standard as you would expect them to. But sometimes, I mean, there's a reason that standard play exists, and it's for, those opportunities to rear their head as consistently as possible. But this Spiky Boys team, they play so loose, they play so adaptable, that it's going to be pretty difficult to pin them down for this Bay Ridge team, but they've already seen it once before, and that'll give them a big advantage going into the series. As it does look like we're a little bit out for this grand finals. Both of these teams, again, they want to take a little bit of time. They want to take a little bit of time to decompress, strategize, get their minds in order. And especially for the Spiky Boys, they've had a little bit of a time to break, possibly watching the stream, taking a look at that losers finals matchup and trying to decide just how they want to attack this finals.
I mean, personally, I don't think they're really deciding anything. I think they're going into this and they're going to play exactly how they played it last time. I think they have their play style set, and I think they'll adapt if they need to. But I think for the most part, it's going to be the same philosophy we saw before, which is kind of just do weird things and try to make cool things happen, and that's been pretty successful for them so far.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams have had very interesting roads to get here, but I mean, the Spiky Boys, they have not, I believe, dropped a single game all tournament long, and they're looking to continue that all the way through in this grand finals. They want to take this as a 3-0 sweep as quickly as possible. They don't want to leave any room for error. And I'm not 100% sure how long these teams will be. We may take a quick second, maybe throw it to a quick promo and then see exactly what's going on. But we'll be back very, very shortly with this final, so be sure to not go anywhere because it's bound to be a fantastic series. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here with the grand finals. This best of 5 between the BMX Spiky Boys and this Bay Ridge Blazers Ontario team. Both of these teams have had a long road to get here, but Bay Ridge is a lot longer than their opponents. They've had a pretty easy time for the BMX Spiky Boys getting into this finals. not dropping a single game the whole entire season and tournament long. A little bit of an early play there. Jiggle almost giving it away as Pronged almost able to find the back onto that one. Sweeney trying to find that center. We'll go over towards Noah. We're going to see a little bit of a falter early on, an opportunity given first over to Bayridge here.
Yeah, and the Bikey Boys doing a great job on defense here too. They've had a bunch of balls like basically right on their goal line that they haven't really been too worried about.
Oh, a nice shot there from Jiggle will be turned away by Pronged. This is one of the upsides as well for this BMX Bikey Boys teams. They're able to find shots in these situations where I think teams are more expecting some other kind of play, and they're not fully expecting or respecting the possibility of a shot from that sort of situation.
Yeah, definitely. I think the Bikey Boys probably spend a lot of time in free play individually. I mean, I know that pretty much everybody who plays this game at this level spends a lot of time. And then also a lot of time probably watching either RLCS or various like SSL level players going for these weird kind of like improvised situations. And I think that's where a lot of the inspiration for their teamwork comes from.
Yeah, again, surprising to not see anything on the board. These are two teams that are very strong on their respective sides of the pitch. But the Bikey Boys not able to find any real chances early on here as Pronged tries to force it past a couple defenders, almost gets it past all three with no boost to work with. As Jiggle with a pass over to Carplays, looking for this demo here is Trippy. Will burn a lot of boost and will have to rotate back, but Sweeney able to get that aggressive touch. Will try and force BMX Bikey Boys into their own end, but Jiggle breaks out in a huge way. Noah with a nice touch, sending it off the backboard, but Trippy the Sloth able to maintain that control, send it back more aggressively, but Jiggle with the opportunity, follow-up shot from Carplays will find the first of the game there for this BMX Bikey Boys team.
Yeah, a great read off that corner too. Jiggle, don't know if he was trying to go for a shot or trying to go for the fake, but either way it works out great.
They are able to maintain that entire advantage that they have, and the momentum was something that I was a little concerned with Bayridge just having a lot of potential here to quickly get ahead and keep Bikey Boys down, but they get out ahead early. They maintain that advantage. They know that they are the team to beat. They know that they are the apex at the moment, and everyone else is just trying to catch up, and that is giving them so much confidence right now, I feel.
Jiggle just not letting the Blazers get into net, just clearing the path for Noah. I thought Noah was supposed to split the C, but Jiggle's going to have to do it for him.
Yeah, I mean, does it so beautifully, though. Will leave a pretty free one for Noah in that situation. Now, I mean, 2-0 from this position is exactly where you want to be for the BMX Bikey Boys. You don't want to get in your own heads early, going down with a deficit, as once again, Jiggle, this time trying to part once again for Noah, just nearly can't get that defender out of the way, and that'll give an opportunity for Pronged. A little bit of over-aggression will lead them into their first concession of this grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, with their lead too, I don't think they're too worried. I think they're just gonna say, you know, we messed up. That was a fluke. Just keep on doing exactly what we're doing.
Carplays. I'm not surprised to see him go for it, but going for that play off that bounce is very, very Bikey Boys of him to try and take that play all the way to the bank. Pronged almost able to find that one, but a nice save there from Noah. Jiggle with the demo there onto Sweeney. Will leave Carplay with a little bit of room to work with. Quickly taken away, though, is Trippy the Sloth. Going to try and find the shot. Pronged with the tip. Right out in front will tie us up at 2.
Yeah, and the Bikey Boy is being a little bit overconfident there. You can see Carplays was basically driving straight into a dunk. Like, that one was coming from a mile away. I think he thought maybe he'd still be able to flick him, but it seems like the Blazers are playing a little bit more aggressive and faster than the Bikey Boys are really respecting at the moment.
Yeah, a little bit of a play up front. Really dangerous one there. Bikey Boys almost able to find another opportunity. Now Noah with control, able to make it past a couple of players, looking to get past the third. A nice touch off the corner. Trippy the Sloth
maintains that control, but a bit of a double commit there from the Bikey boys may give an opportunity here to try and find a counterattack, but they get back so quickly. They're living on the edge right now, trying to make these plays happen as Car plays now towards the mid zone. We'll find a little bit of a touch, but Noah. Save there off that try from Trippy. The Sloth will be sent off the backboard so aggressively. Noah off the backboard once again, looking for the finishes. Jiggle.
Oh,
No.
there it is.
Save. Another shot happens. Car plays thundering through, and BMX Bikey boys will find themselves up by 1 once again.
And two plays off the backboard there too. We always talk about it, but those back-to-backboard plays are always very confusing on defense.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to see both of these teams with such aggressive playstyles, especially these Bikey boys are so aggressive on that front end, and they really flex their mechanics a lot in their playstyle.
And just like that, it's a tie game again. Bikey boys back on the offense though, right away.
They're very, I feel like they're a very mentally strong team. Obviously, I can't know for sure, but they really haven't been letting too much in this series phase them. That might, though. A whiff on the backboard will give Trippy the Sloth a golden opportunity, and Bay Ridge now in prime position to win game 1. Only 2 seconds remaining.
And the Bikey boys, for the first time in the entire tournament, are going to have to be on the back foot.
Oh! Ooh, okay. That was an interesting kickoff. Unfortunately, towards the wrong end for a little bit of a comeback opportunity. But, yeah, I mean, again, Bikey boys, like you said, first time they've lost all tournament long. And that is a really big deal for the momentum, especially here of Bay Ridge. They're looking to try and make this first one a quick one. They really come out ahead. They find that last second opportunity, and that's got to have the mental absolutely soaring right now. They must be really feeling it, really hyped up to go into this next game.
Yeah, and if you're the Bikey boys, it seems like for the first time in this entire tournament, you're going to have to actually talk about what is our play style and what is working and what's not working. All through the rest of the tournament, they could kind of just coast and play what they were doing. But now it seems like they're going to have to be a little bit more introspective.
Ooh,
or maybe not.
Maybe
Maybe they'll just bang one in right off the kickoff.
Yeah, really deep clear from Car plays. He goes forwards, and a little bit of a whiff there on the backboard will set him up nicely for a little bit of a freebie there to start it off. Bay Ridge. They had a couple in that previous game that were very telling of just how they were feeling. And I think that one is, again, a lot of that momentum they had a bit shut down. Almost Trippy the Sloth able to grab some of that back, but it's a difficult position to be in right now for Bay Ridge for sure.
Going for the backboard plays again. Always deadly.
Long rotating forwards now. Has a lot of boost to work with. He's going to try and find that center, but once again, will be sent away by Jiggly there. Noah tries to go aggro once again, but pronged. Able to get helps from his teammate to clear the zone. A little bit awkward double commit there on that touch in the neutral zone. Will give up a little bit of that control. Jiggle forced back there with a bump, but Trippy not able to get that shot on target. Taken away rather quickly as Noah clearing the zone as pronged. Will meet that one and find a clear off of it. Maintaining good control, but it's stolen away so swiftly. Noah missing that touch just a little bit, but will leave it for Car plays. Now off the roof looking for a play. Tries to get that reset. Just nearly can't. Trippy with a nice save onto that one. Noah once again trying to find that force out front, but it will be left for prolonged as now our plays off the side. Ooh, pronged. What a play that is.
Yeah, it seemed like the similar kind of theme with last game too. They're just not quite respecting the speed and the pressure that the Blazers are putting on them, and they're going for some of these touches and plays that, I mean, we were talking about before the series. They're going for unconventional stuff, And I think the Blazers have picked up on when they try to do that and when they can cut in and maybe be a little bit more aggressive.
Speaking of cutting in, they almost find an opportunity there. Not quite as sharp of a shot as I think they were hoping for to try and catch them off guard, but Car plays able to clear the zone off the backboard. It comes so aggressively flying forwards, trying to find that finish there. As, I mean, I think Bay Ridge, they've gotten so much better, even just in these past couple series at defending that backboard. They've been good at it all day, but they have been absolutely infallible. As I say that, though, the Bikey boys looking to try and find an opportunity off that backboard, sharply hit, as Pronged will be forced to make that save. Noah now in the defensive end has it stolen away by Swaney, but Car plays in position to punch that one out towards the mid zone once more. Pronged going all by his, and he'll find it. The air dribble through. And he shows them what's what.
The solo air dribble. Look at all those spins going on. So clean. And so low, too, which is interesting. Just like carrying the ball basically so low that you could have just driven it in. But, you know, the play going into it, having, you know, beaten those defenders by carrying the ball over them just leads to such a clean-looking finish.
Yeah, now, once again, Bikey Boys forced on the back end. Jiggle with control. Will try and force that out towards the center, but stolen away so quickly by Swaney. Jiggle now once again with control, trying to set it up for Car plays, tries to find that ground pinch forwards, but Trippy this left in position to make it happen, tries to find the double tap pass towards his teammate. It's Pronged in a little bit of an awkward situation. Once again, going to try and set it up for a play from Swaney. They just need to try and grab a couple more. They can't afford to sit on this 1-goal lead and try and play defense against a team like this Bikey Boys. They just have to play their game, and they can't let it be dictated by this Bikey Boys team.
Noah with a chance there to actually maintain that control that we've been talking about. But I maybe caught a little bit off guard by the pressure of the Blazers. And then right as we're talking about it, that giveaway from earlier turns into a goal just through the quick turnaround that they're able to put that into offense.
Yeah, I think both of these teams are really trying to give it their all, but these Blazers have been playing their style. They're playing that sort of standard rotation style, and they have been getting rewarded for it in a big way. These Bikey Boys, they may have to try and change up a lot of what they're doing, as it looks like it's just not working, especially trying to convert to that aggressive end. They've found a lot of issues.
Yeah, the Bikey Boys definitely have to figure out. Maybe they have to start playing more traditionally. You know, we've seen them go for a lot of catches and weird things. I think maybe we're gonna see them start to, you know, maybe let's just play a little bit more standard. Let's play maybe how we might play if we weren't playing with the exact three of us. A little bit easier to read for like traditional Rocket League, which if they start to do that a little bit, then they can start to throw their own playstyle back into the mix, and that can be when they trip it up.
Yeah, but with only 30 seconds left in this game too, if they want to try and change it up, they're going to have to do it quickly. Now back goes that ball to their own end. A little bit of an aggressive shot, and that'll find the top. Pronged once again. A hat trick here in game number 2. And Bay Ridge, I mean, I'm going to write BMX Bikey Boys off a little early in this one maybe, but Bay Ridge seemed to have this one under wraps for game 2.
Definitely, with 3 goals in 22 seconds, it's looking pretty rough. If you're Bikey Boys right here, it's definitely time to just try some different things in those last 30 seconds.
Yeah, Swaney trying to force that one home. Again, it's all about momentum when the game is already sort of decided. You want to try and get those opportunities to see what works and what doesn't, as Noah tries to stuff that one home. Swaney in the back end once again will maintain this advantage, and Bay Ridge out of nowhere against a team that we thought was the favorites. They've established this 2-0 lead.
And we've seen for the first time since even the tournament earlier this month, or at the end of October, that Bikey boys, they've got to they've got to talk a little bit and figure out what are we doing wrong? Like, how are we coming back from this? What do we need to change? And it seems like the Bay Ridge players are just playing a little bit faster and more aggressive than any of the other teams have been playing so far. So they have to pay much more attention to when they decide to dribble and catch and do weird things, and pay more attention to when they should just play fast and consistent, the way that you'd expect a team to play.
Yeah, and I think this Bay Ridge side, they've been so strong early on, and I think it's been a little bit of the Bikey boys. I want to say they were a little complacent heading into these finals, and they're getting punished pretty heavily, as we've seen them, even against this Bay Ridge team, completely clean them up. Especially the first game we saw, that first series, it looked so dominant, and something's changed. I think this Bay Ridge team, they've sort of caught on. Like I said before we started this finals, having that first match against them is such a big boost.
And the Bikey boys now, you have to work through this this situation of not knowing, exactly how you should approach this next game. This could be it for you. And the play style that we've gone that's been successful this whole time is no longer working. We finally have a team that's been able to figure us out. So this is the first time really that they've had to deal with this kind of situation. It'd be interesting to see, are they able to deal with it on the fly?
Yeah, Pronged with a little bit of a whiff on the backboard there. Will make up for it by breaking up that passing play for the Bikey boys as Jiggle. Now in the vicinity, looking to try and make a play happen. Pronged with no boost left remaining. Will still try and clear it out of the zone, but Jiggle, a little bit of a demo there onto Trippy. Will maintain a little bit of that control, but Pronged low on boost. Ooh, almost able to force that one past a couple of defenders there, but Jiggle rotating in so aggressively will find a little bit of a shot, but easily forced away by Swaney. Now Card plays and Noah both going up for that one, and that'll burn a lot of boost here for the Bikey boys. There's a couple of them whiffing there on that offensive opportunity. Now Pronged has a chance to open up the scoring here in game 3. Will be demoed there by Card plays. And that was a very good opportunity there, even still, for Bay Ridge.
With no goals scored in the first minute and a half, you have to wonder, is this a product of the team's differing play styles, or am I just speaking too soon?
Yeah, Trippy the Sloth. I mean, this is such a great play to get that demo down from Pronged, and Trippy the Sloth just takes it all the way to the bank. Able to find that first one of game 3, the most pivotal goal that we've seen so far, as it's going to put the Bikey boys behind early on once again, and that may be the key to slaying the Giants that were set up before us. They didn't drop a single game, but now it looks like they may be swept in the finals. Pronged able to find that second one so quickly.
Yeah, and now the BMX Bikey boys are looking at, elimination here if they can't figure this out in the next 3 minutes, after such a dominating run through both tournaments.
Yeah, maintaining this control is now going to be the key for this Bay Ridge Blazers team. They're going to look to try and maintain as much as possible. Car plays a little bit of a steal in mid-zone, but Trippy the Sloth in plenty of a perfect position to reset the situation once again. Pronged going forwards. We'll have Noah on that backboard so aggressively. Pass over to Jiggle, but he whiffs on it just a little bit. Now maybe an opportunity once again. Trippy the Sloth rotating forwards as Pronged gonna try and find one more opportunity. Trippy the Sloth rotating forwards. We'll have it stolen away once more. Swaney with control, trying to send it once again, but 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining is all they have to work with, and the gap just keeps growing.
Yeah, and not too recently, we were looking at a completely different matchup for this, possibly, where we had the Clippers possibly making it into this game, and I'm curious to see if they had made it here, would we have seen the same kind of upset on the BMX Bikey boys? But that said, the Bay Ridge team was able to stop the Clippers, So, it's a hypothetical land kind of question. But it is just interesting to see how all these teams have evolved throughout this entire competition.
Well, we are going to see the Bikey Boys grab back one. Again, these slight whiffs are going to cost you in a game like this. In front car plays, able to maintain that car control and get that one towards the back of the net. Still 2 minutes left to find two, but Bikey Boys on the line right now, and they need to try and fight back. It's a good one to reset their mental there first on the board, but they need so much more than that.
And that's probably not what you need in times like this. You can't have two people going for the same ball when you've only got a minute and 40 seconds to make sure you don't get eliminated from, the national championships. Looks like they're a little bit more scrambly than we're used to seeing them.
And now towards the center. Noah, full control, trying to send it home. That's Swaney. Once again, on that defensive end is so strong. Car plays going for a little bit of a solo play here. Will be sent away. Jiggle with a good read in the corner. Will be able to send that one towards the front of the net, but Car plays not reading it quite as well. Will still relent towards the front. Jiggle with a nice shot, but Swaney able to force that one away once more as Car plays. Tries to find it once again, but not a lot of boost left to work with. Now Swaney in the mid zone. Touch over towards Pronged, and will send it down towards that corner. A minute remain for the Bikey Boys to try and fight back, and a big pass in the neutral zone from Jiggle. Off the backboard it goes back to Car plays, but forced and it challenged so fast by Trippy the Sloth. It will burn even more time off of this clock.
Seeing the last few different play attempts that they're making here, and these are so crucial for the Blazers to defend properly, but not anymore.
That is such a beautiful passing play in the mid zone. Pronged off the sidewall, dishes it beautifully to Swaney, and that may just put a bow on this one. Bikey Boy's not quite out of it yet, but that is such a big nail in the coffin, and they're going to need to pry that one out if they want to try and make it back. 30 seconds remaining, and ticking it down already as Noah had an opportunity so swiftly snuffed out there. Looking to try and find that pass. They're going to give it their all, but it's all is not enough as it goes back to their zone. 15 seconds remaining as Car plays, trying to grab any last straw that he can, but in the end, Bay Ridge, they fight tooth and nail for every win, and they fell the Giant in a 3-0 sweep. Trying to find one more at the end, but Bay Ridge are your 2022 Fall Esports Canada Rocket League High School Division champions. Out of nowhere, they come out of that losers bracket strong and absolutely sweep through the BMX Bikey Boys.
Yeah, and the finals was really crucial in them learning how the BMX Bikey Boys play. Having that chance to play against them early with that opportunity to be knocked into the losers was probably instrumental in them learning the play style and then working through what they've learned from that, going back to the Clippers and then coming back here to apply what they learned in that first matchup to win the championship.
Yeah, I mean, they played so strong all series long. They come back, they they beat their demons, and they really want to try and pull it through, and they do so in the end. I mean, in a pretty comfortable fashion as well. They really, I don't think any of those were 1-goal games, if I remember correctly. Bay Ridge are just really adapting so well to that Bikey Boys playstyle, and I think it would have been a whole different story if they perhaps get into that finals against them without even playing against them in that winners finals.
Definitely. But what'll be interesting to see is where do the Bikey Boys go from here, and does that change their demeanor and their play style for their next season, I assume that there's a winter season. So because we saw them being very fun in the chat, we saw them being kind of a little bit cocky and full of themselves in a way that I think was in jest. So I think they were having fun. But do they continue that? I kind of hope they do. I think it's fun to have a team that kind of jokes around like that. Or do they change up their appearance towards the other teams for the next season?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if this loss will sort of motivate them into that winter season. As I mean, this has been sort of the team to beat, as we sort of were holding them to that high standard the whole time. They show it off in that, winners finals, but they just can't quite convert when it comes to that full finals. They fall just nearly short. And I think that's going to really, hopefully, it'll motivate them to sort of improve and try and find a play style that would suit them better in those sort of longer best of fives.
Definitely. And self-improvement too, like the players themselves, it looks like they're going for things pretty consistently that are just difficult. They're really hard to do, and they had a lot of opportunities even in that last series to actually nail those, to put those goals in. But mechanically, they're stretching themselves right to the edge of what they can pull off. So I think with the other games, they were able to kind of hold that back a little bit and play within their means, but they found themselves having to stretch too far outside what they're mechanically capable of to finish out some of the plays that they were going for.
Yeah, and I mean, with that, I believe we will also be broadcasting the middle school finals very, very shortly, though I think we may send it to a little bit of a break as we're having a slight issue getting in towards that match. So we're going to send it to a bit of a break. We'll try and get that middle school finals to you as soon as possible. But with that being said, thank you all for joining us for the High School National Fall Canadian Championships. My name is Graf. I've been joined by Shadow, and we'll be back very shortly.
Full of fears, worries, tensions, and anxiety. How could I benefit from what you offer?
Well, as you listen to them, you begin to get rid of the fears that you have acquired by mistake. Now, when you have a fear, it's because by mistake you adopt it and you think that you cannot get rid of it and becomes part of your personality trend. But as you begin to realize that you can be free from it, through this process, you create a new subconscious pattern. Now, it sounds very difficult, but it's actually very easy.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a little bit of a delay, but we are back with this middle school finals, grand finals, best of 5 between Rundle Bravo and the EDS Dragons. Both of these teams
have had a long road getting here, but Pancakes is gonna start us off early. And that is a beautiful way to start a best of 5. Unfortunately, we don't have quite as much foreknowledge on these teams, getting to see them on broadcast as we did previously. But an early equalization from Rundle Bravo is going to tie us up at 1. That is exactly what you want to see from EDS to try and keep this series as tight as possible. Now, once again, it does look like Bravo trying to get on this offensive end. EDS in that mid zone, trying to just turn it away, trying to maintain that composure, that aggression in that back end. Richard Cycle trying to grab once again just all these plays that they can, maintaining on the sideboards. A little bit of a stall there, trying to find that ball towards the center, but there's no players to help out Pancakes on that attack. Playing a bit back further. The third will receive that pass, looking to try and find a little bit of lob shot off the backboard there. A little bit of a whiff from both of those sides. Will leave Razor in a little bit of a position to find some kind of aggression, and they'll send it all the way back down towards this Rundle Bravo end. A bit of a desperate save forced out of the Pancakes there. We'll try and find the chip over a couple of players, rolling in, and Pancakes with a chip shot will find Rundle Bravo on top once again. Such a great play there. Once again, Rundle Bravo. It feels like this game has been going on for a lot longer, but only a minute and a half gone already. Both of these sides, they've had a long road to get here, and Runic Cycle gonna cut in early. And EDS, they have been so good at immediately shutting the door on these advantages. I think that goes to speak for just how good the EDS mental is. They don't let these goals that Rundle Bravo is scoring get them too down. They're still able to fight back so quickly, as now Visual Moose with control will be stolen away there by Power Trumby. Now Turtle in front, trying to get a touch onto that ball, but his teammate gets there a little bit before he does. Visual Moose very far back here, a little bit late on that rotation forwards. Will still try and send it out, but blocked immediately. Able to keep it close in this Rundle Bravo corner. As now they'll finally be able to work out. Visual Moose trying to go down, work in these corners, trying to work it out front, but Rune Cycle able to get in front of that one, passes it off to Power Trunby. Is able to maintain that control as now Cycle out of the corner. Going to try and translate this into some offense. Picks up some boost to work with. It's waiting a little bit too long in that corner is Moose as Turtle Hollow able to get in the position to block that one. Pancakes now rotating through. First it'll go over to Awesome Blazers. Pancakes now with control. Trying to maintain this aggression, but Runic Cycle able to maintain that play as much as they can. Now transitioning into this aggression is where we've seen Rundle Bravo get punished a little bit here in these opening minutes as Power Trumby trying to force it out front once again, gets bumped around a little bit there by Visual Moose as Runic Cycle, apologies, as well maintain the control, but Trumby not able to get in front of that one quite as readily as he would have liked, as Visual Moose now in the corner looking to try and work it through, but just nearly can't get there in time. Will fall back and look to try and play that defensiveness, but Cycle maintaining that control as Trumby able to get a demo to try and maintain this aggression as well. But in the mid zone, this EDS team looks a little bit scattered, a little bit not sure what they're going to try and do here, as Visual Moose will clear that one off the backboard. Now a quick translation towards this attack. Razor able to send it around the backboard, but a beautiful angle from Pancakes will give him the hat trick. Taking another look at that one. Such a hard angle, and he finds it airborne as well, and doesn't even need a bounce to take that one all the way to the bank. And this time, let's see if Rundle Bravo can actually hold on to this advantage they found themselves with, as they're going to try and hold down and win this game number 1, get that momentum flowing and maintain their control over this series, as they've already lasted a little longer with this lead this third time, more than they have any time before. They need to hold on to it so tight against a team as strong as EDS. Now, once again, Cycle. Ooh, big shot, and he'll fight back immediately. Catching Rundle Bravo a little slow on that defensive rotation, and he punishes them in a big way. Turtle Hollow will punch that one through towards Rundle Bravo's end. Is a good passing play between Visual Moose and Awesome will get it out of the zone, as Power trying to force it out of the zone once again, but it's stolen by Pancakes, and he'll take it through for number 4. Pancakes has been an absolute menace for this Rundle Bravo team all day long, and he is translating that into the finals. And now Rundle Bravo, they're going to have to try and do something. Ooh, never mind. I was going to say they're going to have to try and hold off EDS, but this time they flip the scripts. They take that early goal off the kickoff. A little bit of a whiff on that sideboards will give Razor a great opportunity to net that one home, as Rundle Bravo now lies 5-3. 32 seconds remain in this game number 1, as EDS, they try and go big for this one. A huge shot from the mid zone, as Cycle brings them within 1. Such an awkward shot on the far side. I don't think either of those Rundle Bravo players thought that one was going to find the back of the net, but it just nearly sneaks into that corner. And EDS, they fight back after each and every one of these goals. And they're going to look to try and tie us up at 5 to head into some OT. Turtle Hollow has it stolen away by his teammate, but trying to maintain control. Forces it down to the corner towards where Turtle Hollow is, but Pancakes now with control. Trying to force it out of this defensive end, but gets demoed down to Visual Moose. Trying to translate it back once again. Power Trumby will take it through. And EDS tie us up at 5, and we may see OT. With only 4 seconds left in regulation, both of these teams going to try and take one last shot, one last opportunity, but we will have OT tied 5-5 here in this game 1. We're going to try and maintain that momentum into the rest of the series. This may be the most impactful overtime all day long for either of these teams. They need to get that aggression. They need to get that momentum, as Pancakes almost takes it all by his lonesome, but sets it up for Awesome Razor, his second of the game, and he finds Rundle Bravo a Game 1 victory. Such a close game for the first, and I, for one, hope that will be the same for all these games to come. Rundle Bravo 6-5, a very high scoring game off the back of Pancakes and Cycle for each team respectively, maintaining that aggression and really taking it to the bank. The OT comes through. They hold off EDS all game long, and they really look to hold down that entire series as they take game 1 and look to try and translate that advantage. Looks like we will be getting underway with game 2 very shortly. Just waiting for a couple of these teams to reset, refresh. They need a little bit of a second to try and gather their thoughts, try and take what they learned in that first game and translate it to the rest of this series. And I really think for EDS, they really were very strong at getting back from the deficit but they couldn't ever get themselves a lead. They couldn't break out from that deadlock. It was always Rundle Bravo that was one step ahead. And I think they need to try and get that first one here in game 2 if they want to try and maintain that advantage for themselves. And I think that'll be their really, really big key to success here in the second game, as we are still just waiting for a little bit to get all these teams. Apologies. We're looking to get these teams back once again, as it looks like they will be swapping lobbies really quickly. But I am not 100% sure if they'll be doing that for the second game or if they will be doing that after this game too. But they're going to be playing on US West for the first 2 games and then US East for that last 3. So they thought that maybe they were swapping every time, but now they are set back, ready to go with game number 2 between the EDS Dragons and Rundle Bravo here for the grand finals. Both of these teams fighting tooth and nail to try and claim the championship, but only one will go home victors. Oh, early off the kickoff, Razor. A nice shot will be turned away there by Cycle. Now translating this into the aggression, finds a nice shot forwards, but Pancakes in the way of that one. Will find that initial try towards the net. Turtle Hollow, aggressive challenge to try and keep this aggression going. But awesome Razor will be able to find a good clear onto that one. Cycle, once again on that defensive side, has been so strong so far here for EDS, but they just need to try and grab this first one. They need to get on the board early and try and claim their first advantage of the series. As Cycle playing on the side, a beautiful flick. And as I said, they need to get out first, and they do so beautifully off of a play from Cycle. This flick is absolutely beautiful. It goes bar down as they get their first advantage of the series. Now we see a really aggressive kickoff towards the EDS zone. A lot of aggression coming through from both of these teams, but a double whiff out front. Cycle will be able to shore up that defensive weakness, but something along those lines could be deadly if there's someone in position, as now Pancakes, given a lot of room to work with, won't be able to quite catch that landing the way he wanted it to. Is a little bit of a pinch between Runic and Pancakes. Will send it back again towards the Rundle Bravo end. They're going to look to try and build up this attack once more. Tries to get that flip forwards, but just can't quite get there in time, as Razor now with control, looking to work out of his end once more. Like, being stopped so early at the outset by EDS in this game, they get that early advantage, and they're doing a great job at holding it down so far. As Turtle Hollow, nice pass off the sideboards to his teammate, but a little bit of a whiff on that reception there. Will leave it for Cycle. Little bit of these defensive zone whiffs may give Rundle Bravo a little bit of that potential that I've been alluding to so far. Cycle now in position to try and send this one around the sideboards. Pancakes with control. Turtle Hollow gonna challenge that one so aggressively. A couple in the corner here for EDS, now leaving one out in front, but it's Power once again that'll maintain that control. Now off the backboard, coming out in front, but no EDS players so aggressively forwards to try and make that happen. Runic, Cycle pushing forwards, looking to try and find the potential. A huge shot there from Trumby is exactly what EDS needed. They go up by 2, and a huge passing play on the offensive end finally bears its fruits. Now it's up to Rundle Bravo to do what they had done to them in that first game, to mount that comeback down by 2. They have a lot more time than EDS did in that first game. 2.5 minutes, still half the game to mount this offensive, but they need to get one soon to build that momentum, to keep them going, to try and force the OT here in game 2, to not let it get out of hand too quickly. But EDS still keeping their aggression high. Pancakes able to maintain that control for the moment off the backboard, looking to try and take it. Flicks it over one defender, looking to get it over the second, and he does. May find the back of the net, and Pancakes once again with a big flick in the neutral zone gets the control that Rundle Bravo so desperately needed. Now Cycle working out of the corner. EDS. They need to try and hold on to this 1-goal lead, but they're going to do so in their style, in their way of play. They don't want to sit back on their laurels and give Rundle Bravo more time to work with. As now Cycle, that was going to pop right out in front, almost able to find it, but a couple of very defensive rotations here from EDS. They are giving up a lot of that early aggression by rotating back so aggressively. Pancakes finds it towards the front, but Cycle nearly finding that save as Trumby out towards the side, trying to punt it through the neutral zone. Turtle Hall with a little bit of a whiff will give opportunities for Razor to maintain that control. Pass over to Moose will find an interception there for Cycle once again. Going to try and go deep in this Rundle Bravo zone. Tries to find the center, but Pancakes in the vicinity will be able to stop that one. Now Turtle Hollow rotating forwards will force a shot towards the net, but Visual was able to get in front of that one. Now Pancakes trying to turn around this aggression, but stopped at the outset. Razor able to maintain that control, though, by punching it forwards. Trying to maintain it off that backboard, but Turtle Hollow able to clear that from the center. Cycle able to clear it out of the zone. Second great touch off the boards there. Moose trying to keep this aggression strong here for Rundle Bravo. They only have 40 seconds left to try and tie us up at 2, as Trumby will send it to that far side corner. Turtle Hollow will get a demo, but will lose the challenge in the process. Cycle now out of the corner. That's going to come right out front, as a little bit of an awkward touch on that one. Trumby with a shot, and it goes, splits the two defenders. And EDS with a 2-goal lead. 24 seconds remaining off a beautiful shot from Power Trumby. Now, once again, it's down to EDS to hold on to this lead. They have such little time left to mount an offensive here for Rundle Bravo that they're going to try and do something desperate, something aggressive, as Visual Moose around the sides will try and burn out the rest of this clock. A nice shot there from Cycle, but Pancakes able to turn that one away, but with the time running low, Rundle Bravo will lose game number 2 and tie us up at 1 with EDS. A big win in that series. And that's exactly what I wanted to see out of that EDS team. They get out front early and look to try and play their game. They dictate the pace. They maintain that control. And they really, really play for their advantage. They play their game and they maintain so many great advantages and keep all the way through the whole series long, as we will take a moment here to set the server over towards US West. As both of these teams have dictated, they're going to play a couple on each of those US servers. And a lot of time for both of these teams to sort of reset, rethink their game plan here, and sort of try and figure out exactly what they're going to try and do heading into the rest of this series. Because each of them have pretty decisively taken a game off of each other, but Rundle Bravo needing that OT after a little bit of a good comeback there from EDS. They have all the momentum at the moment. And Rundle Bravo, they get a little bit of time to try and reset their mental, try and reset that momentum, and try and find their way once again into a winning position, as both of these teams are so strong. They're so evenly matched at each given opportunity. And they do not want to let each other take an absolute inch as we try and join once more into this new server. Both of these teams should be ready and raring to go very, very shortly, as we should be joining them momentarily. But I believe we will just take it maybe to a promo if we can't get in here at this given moment, as we'll be back in about a minute with this finals at game number 3, so don't go anywhere.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back here with game number 3, starting very shortly between Rundle Bravo and EDS Dragons. Both of these teams have had a pretty interesting first 2 games. Rundle Bravo with a big OT win in game number 1, holding off that EDS comeback, and then game 2, EDS, they get out front early, they maintain their advantages, and they really take it down. As a pretty big set of advantages for EDS heading into this next game. They have plenty of momentum to play off of as we now get underway. A little bit of an awkward kickoff here. Pancakes is going to take the most of it. It's Turtle Hollow. A little bit of an awkward position. Pancakes is going to try and force that through, but Popcorn, I believe a substitution here for this Rundle Bravo team. Will sub in Popcorn, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong on that one. As Razor now with control. Try and set himself up for greatness. A couple of whiffs on the defensive edge is going to give Razor a time to go with it. But he's going to try and get that demo onto the last player. Trusting in his teammates to try and make the play happen. Cycle. With a little bit of a far out shot there, will leave Pancakes with the ball and a little bit of boost to work with. Popcorn tries to find that shot, but Turtle Hollow maintaining that control. Howard be inside in front. Razor able to put the finishing touch on a ball that was left up for grabs a little too long, and he'll make no mistakes. Sets up for that play himself and takes it to the back of the net, giving Rundle Bravo that pivotal advantage here in game number 3. Now, once again, Rundle Bravo able to force it through towards this EDS zone. And they've been so good early on at just keeping them here and keeping that aggression very high. Now out of the neutral zone, finding a shot. Power Trumby trying to maintain that control, but a big save there from Rundle Bravo to maintain this lead. Now Popcorn trying to go for this play off the sideboards, able to get it over a couple of early defenders. And bouncing haplessly towards that EDS zone, but they're able to get that advantage off of it. Cycle will try and clear once again, but they don't maintain the control. They're just trying to play for that zone possession. It's now in a little bit of an awkward situation. Pancakes trying to rotate through. Forcing it down, but the steal from Cycle will tie us up at 1. Now with the score tied up at 1, both of these teams, they know there is still plenty to go in this game, and I don't think the score is going to be ending anywhere close to this, but a good aggressive play from Cycle will set up for Turtle Hollow to slam that one home. And such a great passing play in the mid zone. All 3 players of EDS contributing to that great goal there, and that's got to be a good one to head into the second half of this game up 1. And with a play like that, proving that you are a team that has that teamwork potential and is able to convert goals like that is such a scary prospect to play against here for Rundle Bravo. Now Cycle trying to force it forwards. We'll get the demo, but lose the challenge in the process. Razor now out of the corner, bobbles it a little bit, and Trumby makes them pay. What a play that is, as Razor doesn't quite get the angle he wants. It goes off the top, not the side, and Power Trumby is just absolutely perfect from that angle. EDS, they fight back, they lose that first goal, but they find 3 unanswered on the board now. But an immediate response from Pancakes off the kickoff. Rundle Bravo fight back. Pancakes with a banger of a shot will find it through. EDS lead cut in half in the blink of an eye. Still on top though, with half this game still left to go. Both of these previous games have been very high scoring, and I'd expect this one to be no different. Turtle Hollow, a little bit of an awkward pinch, will leave
Power Turnby with it in front will maintain that control, and Popcorn gonna get bumped out of the way of trying to make a play onto that ball as now Razor. Good pass there from his teammate to try and make this play happen, but reads that touch just a little bit poorly as Pancakes with the catch, passing it off to Popcorn, now in front. Trying to maintain it once again, but it goes off towards that other side. Gonna try and keep this aggression high, though. Rundle Bravo, they want to try and tie it up as quick as possible. They want to try and balloon a possible lead as quickly as they can as Turtle Hollow. Rotating through forwards once again. An aggressive challenge to try and find as much play as they can with this as Pancakes rotating in. Maintain that control for the moment as Pancakes will force a response from Turtle Hollow. Popcorn now with control, finding that double tap potential. But now all three players of Rundle Bravo towards this corner. They will eventually realize that and rotate one back, but Pancake still forcing it through with 0 boost. Will eventually meet one that has a little bit more boost than he does, and he'll lose that challenge, still making his impact even with no tools at his disposal. Popcorn gonna have to rotate aggressively through here, trying to play off of Turtle Hollow's touch, but he just nearly whiffs. As Rundle Bravo have been all over this game for the past minute, maintaining this aggressive advantage, and I'm surprised they haven't been able to find anything. As I say that, a beautiful opportunity, but not enough boost to make it happen as Cycle now out of the zone will try and start some aggression now for EDS. They want to try and increase this lead, and they're in a position to do so. A beautiful pass from Tumby, but it doesn't find a recipient at the moment. Pancakes now in the corner. Stolen away by Turtle Hollow, but immediately taken back by Pancakes. Once again, able to maintain that control. Rotating through, though, is Popcorn, trying to get it once again. Only 20 seconds remaining for Rundle Bravo to fight back in this game. They're going to try their best, but EDS, they've maintained this lead all game long. They don't want to stop now. They've nurtured this all the way through to a Game 3 win, and they will not let Rundle Bravo spoil it. As with time running down, it'll be one last 0-second opportunity for both of these teams. As the shot comes through, forces the commit, and it will be grounded. EDS will win game number 3 and take an advantage. They take the ability to have match point here. And that is a huge advantage once again. So it looks like once again we will have a slight delay with getting into game number 4. But once again, that just gives these teams a little bit more time to reset, rethink what they're trying to take into this game number 4, as it's a pivotal one. Rundle Bravo backs against the wall after getting that initial game win, are in a position where EDS have fought back in a major way. Every game has been so close, and they're trying to make it work as much as possible. So it looks like we might very quickly just throw to a quick promo just to try and sort out what server and what is going on here for game number 4, as it looks like we may be loading in, but it may be a moment until these teams are set and ready to go, though hopefully I think they are getting it done a little quicker than we expected. As just waiting on one, so I don't think we're going to send it absolutely anywhere. We're going to keep it right here, as it's such a difficult series for Rundle Bravo at this point. They have to win these next 2 in a row to try and maintain their chance at winning these middle school nationals. And they have a very tough opponent in front of them. EDS, they fight back from that game 1 deficit. They keep their mental strong, and they keep those advantages flowing in a very dominant fashion. That game 2, fighting back from the deficit, was absolutely perfect. And they're just able to make these small little pockets of timing into massive ballooning leads that come through and see them to the end of that game is now underway. Game number 4 and what could be our last. EDS up by 2 and Rundle Bravo fighting to stay alive. Off this kickoff, we're going to see a little bit of aggression early on from EDS. They do not want to sit back on this series lead and take nothing off of it as Trumby. A little bit of positioning there, trying to maintain that advantage as Turtle Hollow. Going to try and find an aggression in the mid zone. Pancakes, an aggressive rotation forwards. Will steal that 100 from the Rundle Bravo side, but they can't maintain that aggression for long as Trumby breaking out of the zone. Will find a nice pass off the backboard towards a teammate. Turtle Hollow going to try and take that one through, but a big steal from Popcorn out front. Off the backboard it goes, slamming it through. Popcorn once again off the backboard, trying to find that third player, but just nearly. Can't keep that aggression flowing as once again off the backboard it comes and out it goes. As Rundle Bravo maintaining a lot of early advantage in this game, but a couple of whiffs on the defensive end almost cost them. They're able to recover and reset the situation. A minute gone in game number 4 and still no one on the board as Popcorn cuts forward aggressively. Turtle Hollow, third player back for EDS, will maintain that advantage. As now, Visual Moose, pass over to Pancakes. They're going to look to try and get something started, but Pancakes not able to find that flip, find that flick, and try and get her out of the zone as Popcorn going to get in front of that rolling ball towards the front of the net. Now trying to maintain this into an advantage for Rundle Bravo, but no boost left to work with. Just going to try and grind it through as Cycle will send it once again towards this Rundle Bravo corner that we've seen it in so much early on. As Moose, once again, a little bit of a whiff on that touch in the neutral zone will be made up for by Popcorn. Now out front it comes, Pancake! Big shot! Cycle able to find the save, but the follow-up from Popcorn puts Rundle Bravo on top. And that is exactly what you want to see from Rundle Bravo. They are still in a position where their advantages have been so difficult to break, but EDS, they've shown that they are able to fight back from both series and game deficits, and they're going to look to do so once again. Visual Moose off that backboard will look for a clear. Turtle Hollow maintains the control and will send it back once again towards that EDS zone. Visual Moose rotating forwards. Will try and send it off the corner. Out front it comes, but a good block away from Cycle once more. Visual Moose, not a lot of boost left to work with. Turtle Hollow able to pop it over one, but Pancakes still in position to make that save as Cycle with control going to try and pop it forwards once more. Will chip it into that zone, and a big shot through from Tumby. And an awkward angle, the rebound comes through, and Hollow will tie us up at 1. Still plenty of time left on the clock, but EDS, as they've done so many times, equalize the game at 1. Well, a little bit of an interesting play here off the kickoff. Popcorn forced to make an aggressive save, but now off of that, Rundle Bravo in transition. Gonna look to try and take that all the way through, as now Moose with a nice pop shot there will force a response from Turtle Hollow. Now working around those sideboards. Visual Moose gonna punt it back towards his own corner, towards Popcorn to try and make a play off of this one. Goes over one defender, looking to try and go more. Pinches it across the ground to try and force it towards this corner, and still going with it, trying to still force it through, but Cycle rotating forwards is able to maintain that aggression. Turtle Hollow has one cut in front of him and maintain the control of that ball as Turnby in the corner, trying to work it out front once more. Popcorn with a nice play in the neutral zone, rolling towards that ADS goal once more as Cycle fighting so hard at the outset to try and maintain that advantage, as Tumby in the offensive zone has been such a threat for this EDS side, but he's not able to find anything on that opportunity. Cycle after gonna make a little bit of a desperation save there as Pancakes tries to go high with it, will bobble it just a touch, and Cycle able to find a shot off that one. Popcorn with an easy save. Will rotate back towards the neutral zone once more. 1-1 with 50 seconds to go. We could see OT, but Popcorn just nearly isn't able to get there in time. A good save as out comes the counter aggression here. Visual Moose able to find a pop shot, rolling so slowly through. Turtle Hollow finds the save. Pancakes on the rebound. Can't quite stab it home as Popcorn with the pop shot. Visual Moose finally The aggression pays off as Rundle Bravo, with 30 seconds remaining, find the goal they so desperately needed to find the advantage. They want to force this game 5, and they do so beautifully with 30 seconds left. EDS forced on the down end once again. They need to try and equalize to force this OT, but they have so little time to do so. Pancakes with an aggressive touch in the offensive zone. And Rundle Bravo, they're going to try defense through offense here. They're playing so aggressively, but now out of the zone. Tumby, here he comes in the corner. Going to look to try and find the centering pass out towards the corner. It goes once more, though, as Popcorn maintains that control. Will send it through with only 5 seconds remaining. Rundle Bravo are set up to take us to game 5. A 0-second pass once more just nearly stays airborne at the outset. Pancakes goes forwards, Will grounded, and Rundle Bravo force game 5. Is such a great game for Rundle Bravo to get out of this game 4. They've reset back to even settings and really take that mental that they'd so had crushed down by those previous 2 EDS wins, and that is the exact position they want to put themselves in. Heading now into game 5, Rundle Bravo has that momentum. They have that opportunity to shut the door as we go the distance here in this series. Both of these teams, they've had such a long road to get here, but only one will emerge as the fall middle school champion. Both of them want it so dearly as we load in, ready and set to go here for game 5. Both of these teams taking one last moment. They know that the team that gets this first goal will have a massive advantage for the rest of this series as we are now underway. Game number 5 of grand finals. Tumby almost able to find the early one, 2 off the crossbar. Immediately so for EDS. They come out of the gate swinging, and Rundle Bravo just nearly able to hold on. Will force it now towards that EDS zone, but now give over that possession over to Cycle. Maintaining that control, trying to find that pinch on the ground, but stolen away so quickly by Razor. As Moose trying to maintain that control. Cycle cutting forwards. Will be able to maintain that aggression momentarily for EDS, but Pancakes does it all himself. Rundle Bravo take the pivotal advantage here in game 5 off of us. Clean fake out from Pancakes. And now EDS, they have to do what they've done so many times before, but now pressure mounting. They need to come back from this deficit and quickly. They can't afford to let it set for too long as Visual Moose off the backboard aggressively down. Trying to find the follow-up is Popcorn, but a big save from Cycle to keep us now tied up at, apologies, to keep it within 1. As Popcorn cutting forwards, will find it off the backboard, looking for a follow-up from a teammate. Razor pushing through, won't be able to maintain that aggression for long as Pancakes now with that play. Will pass it over to Visual Moose, trying to maintain once again this play as Runic Cycle trying to find it off the backboard, forces it through, and a big save almost. But Cycle forces it past, and we're tied up at 1. Pancakes just nearly not able to clear that one off the goal line. Rundle Bravo forced back to 1 apiece. Still plenty of Rocket League to come here in game number 5. These teams trading blow for blow, not willing to give an inch towards either of these sides, and they want blood here in game 5. Still 3.5 minutes to go, but both of these teams playing pretty defensively early on. Cycle, bit of a shot, but a pile of Rundle Bravo players in the vicinity, looking to try and slow this one down. Pancakes now trying to make this play happen, but a little bit of a chip towards that center. They will send it towards that far corner. Able to maintain that aggression the whole time. Turtle Hollow forced into a bad situation. A big save there from Cycle to maintain this aggression. Turtle Hollow will send it up towards the corner. Cycle able to maintain that control, and he's going to go for a little bit of a hero play here, trying to maintain this control. Once again, Pancakes, the player to stop them, as Visual was able to make that easy save, forcing that towards the side once more. Turtle Hollow going to have it stripped away from him, though. As once again, Power Termi in that corner trying to make it work. Will try and find it once again as Cycle tries to force it through. Visual across the goal. It rolls so precariously. But Rundle Bravo, a gift, will not have that be scored on them once again. And is trying to stall across that side while trying to wait for a pass from a teammate here. But Visual Moose going to try and take it himself. Will force it towards the center once again. But Turtle Hollow able to maintain that play and force us back. Still 2 minutes to go. Both of these teams cannot afford to make any mistakes. Cycle now along the side, gonna look to try and get the aggression going once more. Challenged aggressively by Visual Moose, but out front it comes. Pancakes able to chip that one high over top of a couple of attackers of Visual Moose. Once again, able to start this attack so consistently for Rundle Bravo that they're trying to maintain this control so much right now. And on a knife's edge, the game lies. Visual Moose able to get a nice clear once more. Turtle Hollow in a little bit of an awkward situation. We'll send it towards that close side corner. As Power Tumby will send it once again towards this Rundle Bravo and trying to find a bump out of the way as it goes precariously towards the goal, but Pancake's able to easily direct that one aside. Now trying to convert that into some aggression towards the corner. It goes, trying to work it out front. A good pass. Pancakes with the shot, and Rundle Bravo. Pancakes finds it, and they find the advantage with a minute to go. Such a nice pass there from Visual Moose. And Pancakes from that range will make no mistakes. Beats that defender. And now, once again, EDS down by 1. They've been here so many times. And they just need to do what they've done so many times before. Moose now in the neutral zone. Has it stolen away by Power Termi in that play. Still looking for more. It's going up high. Cycle. Off the backboard it comes, aggressively towards the front of the net, looking for this clear. Power Tummy towards the side. Will leave it for Cycles. Popcorn with the aggressive challenge, but goes once again towards Rundle Bravos, and 30 seconds remaining. EDS, they want to try and strike back just before OT hits. Popcorn out front. Power Tummy not quite able to get to that ball in time as Turtle Hollow. No boost now on the back end. Pancakes, one-on-one, fake through, but Power Tumby will come through and maintain that 1 goal deficit. Now only 14 seconds remaining. EDS just nearly need to try and scrape through, but in their own end, they need to break out fast, and they do so immediately as Turtle Hollow. A little bit of a whiff on that play. 2 seconds, 1 remaining. It would have to be a 0-second goal, but now towards the Rundle Bravo goal. It ends as now Pancakes able to ground that one through. Rundle Bravo are your fall 2022 Esports Canada National Rocket League Middle School Champions. Such a hard-fought series from both ends, but Rundle Bravo in the end, 2 from Pancake in that final game, will find them the series. Such a great match, and you cannot ask for a closer one than that. Wow, I mean, that is such a great one. That is such a beautiful one to close out our day after a little bit of a disappointing high school finals. The middle school finals does not disappoint, as both of those teams fighting tooth and nail to secure that victory. Such a great series. Huge bravo to both of these teams, but Rundle Bravo able to come out on top in the end. And that may just about do it for this broadcast. We're going to quickly go towards this schedule once more to try and take a look what we have going on for the rest of these upcoming weeks. ECAC is taking a little bit of a break for collegiate action, but Fanshawe Academy will be taking on Stockton Blue at 9:30 on Monday. And then heading into Wednesday, Esports Canada Collegiate Finals as well will be at 8:30 for Call of Duty. Heading into that next week as well, Rocket League and Rainbow Six on Monday and Tuesday respectively. Be sure to check out all that, and aside from the streams, be sure to check out Fanshawe all over social medias. We're going to be uploading to our YouTube this I believe, this whole broadcast, so be sure to check it out there in these upcoming weeks. But we have plenty more coming down the pipeline to look forward to for everyone watching tonight. Thank you so much for joining us for a wonderful broadcast of some great middle school and high school Rocket League action. My name is Graf. I was previously joined by Shadow. And thank you all once again so much for joining, and have a wonderful rest of your night.
Vibe. I can't describe it. It's just something that I felt like I was at home with, and I sort of enjoyed playing and listening to the music.
Get up. real shit's going down. You know we around, you know. Spread the message. Yeah.
were very, very busy in the last couple of months.
Yeah, I am very busy. I'm trying to finish doing this album I'm working on, man. Yes.